desert, many strange and unbelievable marvels are told by those who pretend to have penetrated it. In his last years, Al-Razak dwelt in Damascus, where the Necromatic was written, and of his final death or disappearance in 738 AD. Many terrible and conflicting things are told. He is said by Ibn Khaldun, a 12th century biographer, to have been seized by an invisible monster in broad daylight and devoured horribly before a large number of frightened witnesses. Of his madness, many things are told. He claimed to have been in fabulous Iran, or city of pillars, and to have found beneath the ruins of a certain famous desert town the shocking annals and secrets of a race older than mankind. He was almost an indifferent Muslim, worshipping unknown entities whom he called Yor, Sodom, and the Zulu. In AD 950, the Aziz, which had gained a considerable, though surreptitious, circulation among the philosophers of the age, was secretly translated into Greek by Theodorus Philetus of Constantinople under the title Necromatic. For a century, it impelled certain experimenters to terrible attempts, when it was suppressed and burned by the patriarch Michael. After this, it is only heard of furtively. In 1228, Olaus Warrius made a Latin translation later in the Middle Ages, and the Latin text was printed twice, one in the 15th century in black letter, evidently in German, and once in the 17th, probably Spanish, both editions being without identifying marks, and located as to time and place by internal typographical evidence. The web of Latin and Greek was banned by Pope Gregory in 1222, shortly after its Latin translation, which called attention to the Arabic original was lost as early as Erasmus's time, as indicated by his prefatory note in the no site of the Greek copy, which was printed in Italy between 1500 and 1550, has been reported since the burning of a certain Salem man's library in 1692. A translation made by Dr. D was never printed and exists only in fragments recovered from the original manuscript. Of the Latin texts, now existing one, 15th century, is known to be in the British Museum under lock and key, while another, 17th century, is in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. A 17th century edition is in the Widener Library at Harvard and in the Library of Miskatonic University at Arkham. Also in the Library of the University of Buenos Aires. Numerous other copies probably exist in secret, and a 15th century one is persistently reading the former part of the collection of celebrated American man. A still vaguer rumor credits the preservation of a 16th century Greek text in the same family. But if it was so preserved, it vanished with the artist R.U. who disappeared early in 1926. The book is rapidly suppressed by the authorities of most countries and by all the branches of organized ecclesiasticism. Reading leads to terrible consequences. It was, for rumors of his death, of which relatively few internal public know, that Robert W. Chambers is said to have derived the idea of his early novel, The King in Yellow. The present manuscript was delivered into the hands of the editor by a priest who had managed to get ordained through uncanonical methods, which have been entertainingly described in the several books and articles on the ecclesiastic phenomenon, the wandering bishops. Just such an unorthodox prelate was Frater Montague Summers, who wrote numerous books on demonology, witchcraft, and the like. Suffice it to say, we were rather doubtful as to the authenticity of the work before us. In the first place, it was in Greek, and for quite a while it was difficult through more than one translator. The last finally absconded with his preface, describing his work in some detail. This we will have to do from memory in the following pages. At one point, an unscrupulous publisher from the West Coast took a copy of the initial preface and some of the miscellaneous pages in translation, including some dummies, which we were in the habit of giving potential publishers for our protection, and went on, and has not been heard from again. At a crucial stage in the preparation of the manuscript, the editor was stricken with a collapsed lung and had to undergo emergency surgery to save his life. But let us proceed with the description of the contents of the Necromatic. Within these pages, a series of myths and rituals are presented that have survived the darkest days of magic and occult. The exorcisms and bindings of the famous Necromatic texts are here presented for the first time in English, although not completely. For the originals, in their entirety, were evidently not known to the author of the Necromatic, nor are they to the present scholarship. The various tablets upon which they were written being cracked and effaced in many places, rendering translation impossible. The Megan text, which comprises the creation epic of the Sumerians, with much later losses, and the account of Elon's descent into the underworld, along with more extraneous matter, is presented. The unique Book of the Entrance has no counterpart in occult literature, and the drawings of magical seals and symbols are wholly new to anything that has yet appeared on the contemporary occult scene, although bearing some resemblances to various diagrams found in ancient Arabic texts in the last millennium. Although some of the characters found in these pages can be traced to Mandaic and demonic sources, and are evidently of a much later date than the rites of Sumer, the overall appearance of the seals is quite unusual, almost surreal. The book begins with an introduction by the alleged author, the Mad Arab, the name that Lovecraft made famous, Abdul al-Razak, does not appear in the copy of the manuscript, and ends with a sort of epilogue by the same Arab. We have called the first part the testimony of the Mad Arab, and the latter the testimony of the Mad Arab, the second part. The second part is the most challenging. The author has, by this stage in the writing of his office, become fearful for his soul, and begins to repeat himself in the text, saying things he has already said in previous chapters, as though having forgotten he had said them, or perhaps to stress their importance. The second testimony is riddled through with non sequiturs and bits of incantation. He does not finish the book. It trails off when he would have signed it, in the Arab manner, by giving his lineage. Instead, it ends before he can name himself or even one relation. We can only imagine the horror what fate befell this noble sage. Another problem that confronts the editor is the suspected frequency of the copyists' glosses. That is, there do seem to be occasionally bits of sentence or fragments of literature that would seem to be inconsistent with the period in which the text is written. However, no final word can be said on this matter. The difficulty arises in the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. For instance, in the Megan text, the final verses read through from the Chaldean oracles of Zoroaster. Stoop not down, therefore, into the darkly shining world, which might have been of Greek origin and not Zoroastrian. It is a question for scholars. The etymology of certain words is a game that has fascinated both the editor and perhaps a score or more of Sumerian researchers in the past. The Sumerian origin of many of the words and place names we use today provides us with an insight into our own origins. For instance, the Sumerian word for the temple is bar, from which we get our word barrier, or so it is said by Waddell. This makes sense in the context of the erecting and maintaining of barriers against the hostile forces outside. The etymology is even dramatic where magic is concerned, and aids us in understanding the Crowley system better than we do. As an example, Crowley of the Iwas ends the Book of the Law with the words in the Sumero-Aryan dictionary by Raphael, we read that the word Ra was known to the Sumerians in almost the same sense that it was and is known to the Hindus. It is a sacred word, and perhaps to the Lord of Magicians, Enki. Further, the Greek spelling of Enki was Ea, by which he is most commonly known in the European texts which treat of Sumeriology. In the Greek alphabet, Ea would appear as Ha. Ked Ha betrays the essential Sumerian character of that book. After the initial testimonies, we come to the chapter entitled Of the Zone and Their Attributes. Zone is, of course, a Greek word and refers to the planetary or heavenly bodies, for they are zones, or having set courses in spheres. They are also known as such in Chaldean oracles. The spirits or bodies that exist beyond the zone are called the Azone, meaning unzoned. Whether this refers to the so-called exit stars, having no spheres ascertainable to the early astronomers, or the comets, is unknown to the editor. Whatever the case may be, the zone seem to include the 7 philosophical planets, including the Sun and Moon as planetary bodies, along with Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Each has their own seal and their own number. Kenneth Grant, author of Aleister Crowley and the Hidden God, may be interested to know, or may already know, that the number of the Sumerian goddess of Venus, hence of love and war, is 15. In many of the ancient tablets of that period, she is actually referred to as the 15, as a shortcut to spelling out the whole name in cuneiform, we assume. Grant made much of the goddess 15 in his study of Crowley's system as related to Tantricism, without mentioning the name by which this goddess is quite well known, or even mentioning her native country. After the chapter on Zone, we come to the book of Entrance, which is really a system of self-initiation into the planetary spheres, and may have something to do with the planetary arrangement of the steps of the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, which were 7-story mountains. Not much is revealed as a potential candidate for initiation as to how these gates work or what he might find there. Safe to say that the key of one gate lies in mastering the gate before it. The mad Arab was either keeping a sacred secret or found human language inadequate to the task of describing what other initiates in similar systems have expressed in the vague abstractions of the truly illuminated, likening the experience to an LSD trip. The incantations of the gates follow, and are probably meant to accompany the preceding chapter, being prayers proper to each of these celestial gates. The conjuration of a fire god follows this, and resembles the others in its mixture of Greek and Sumerian phrases. It should be noted here that wherever a Sumerian phrase appears in the original manuscript, we have kept it as it is, untranslated, as we expect the mad Arab would have wanted. Quite possibly even he did not know the exact meaning of much of the conjurations in the Old Testament, but viewed it as a barbarous tongue, which must be preserved because of its essential power. Indeed, with the publication of this book, Sumerian may become as popular among magicians as the strange angelic language of Enochian, discovered by Dr. Dee in Elizabethan England. In Greek, in the original manuscript, a common incantation looks something like this, using many characters. said not to care what they watch, save that they follow orders. They are somewhat mindless creatures, but quite effective. Perhaps they correspond to Lovecraft's Shoggoths, save that the latter become unwieldy and difficult to manage. After the Watcher comes the Necromatic text, which appears to be a collection of exorcisms, which includes the famous Zilka Besa Besa incantation, in the original, to which translation has been appended in this work, a translation which evidently not at hand when the author compiled the manuscript. Thus, for the first time, this much rumored exorcism is available in full in English. After this, the book of Kala needs little explanation. It is the grimoire of the Necromatic, containing the formulae of ritual conjuration, as well as the seals and diagrams to accompany the rites. It is followed by the book of 50 names, being 50 separate powers of the god Marduk, defeater of chaos. This is interesting in that the names seem to come from the Enuma Elish, in which the elder gods confer these 50 names upon Marduk as titles, in their appreciation of his routing of evil. A sigil is given for each of the names, and a word of power for most of them. Then appears the centerpiece of the book, the Megan text. The word Megan may belong to the Megan, which was said to lie in the west of Sumer. For a time, it seems the name Megan was synonymous with place of death, as the sun died in the west. Hence, it is a bit confusing as to what Megan is really supposed to mean in this text. But in context, the place of death explanation seems quite valid. The Megan text is nothing more than a incomplete and free-form version of the creation of the Sumer, along with Inanna's descent to the underworld and many lessons. We are told how Marduk slays Tiamat, after much the same fashion that the chief of police of Amity slays the great white shark in Benchley's novel Jaws, blowing an evil wind, the oxygen tank, into her mouth and sending in an arrow, or bullet, in after it to explode her. Surely, the 2 or 3 most box office successful films of the past few decades, Jaws, The Exorcist, and perhaps The Godfather, are an indication that the essence of Sumerian mythology is making itself felt in a very real way in this, the latter half of the 20th century. After the long and poetic Megan text comes the Illyria text, which might be Lovecraft's Raulian text and is subtitled Abominations. It has more specifically to do with the worship of the serpent and the nature of the cults that participate in the celebration of Sith. Again, more conjurations and seals are given, even though the ruler is charged not to use them. An inconsistency that is to be found in many grimoires of any kind, and perhaps reveals a little of the magician's mentality, for there is very little that is evil to the advanced magus, who cares not if he deals with angelic or demonic forces, save that he gets the job done. Then, following the Illyrian text and forming at the very end of the received manuscript, is the second part of the Testament of the Mad God. It is a hunting and sorrowful occult personality. Was he really mad? This is perhaps a question that will go on for as long as man tries to understand himself. Himself as a part of the cosmic dance and spiral, which includes the satanic as well as the deific, the sad as well as the happy. Perhaps the Arab was privy to some otherworldly secret that he could not reveal. Perhaps he had opened the door by mistake, his own personal gate to the abyss, and was forced to cross its threshold into the unknown. We may never know, or we may wish we never had. The editor, New York, October 12, 1975. Not included in this audiobook are the chart comparisons Kia is pronounced Kia. Kaimanu is pronounced Kai-ma-nu. Or, if spoken rapidly, the two initial vowel sounds slur into Kai, rhyming with high. The incantations should be said carefully and slowly at first to familiarize oneself with the tiny twisting phrases. In mistakes may prove fatal to the word. The spells translated. Where possible, the editor has taken every opportunity to find the original Sumerian or Akkadian translation of the Greek charm of conjuration. These will be given here. Also, the reader will find English translations of the Sumerian charms as they are given in the Necromatic. Not all of the charms are evolved in this way, and sometimes we have had to make nuances. Much of what is found has come from the Necromatic text, of which the only extant translation is in the German Telegraph. The word Nakula itself is controversial, but Telquist seems to think that it does indeed mean burning, especially so as the incantations to be found therein invariably entail burning something, usually a doll made in the likeness of a witch or evil sorcerer that the magician wished to dispose of. Hence we have here probably the archetype of the great burning times of the Inquisition, when people were condemned to a fiery death as witches and pagans. The chant, "Burn, witch, burn," can be found in the Naklu text in all its pristine glory. Indeed, Cthulhu calls. The conjuration, the binding of the evil sorcerers. The conjuration, Zilka Zilka Besa Besa, or a most excellent charge against the hordes of demons, etc. Arise, arise, go far away, be shamed, be shamed. by the god of fire, your destroyer. May you be held back from my body. Another binding of the sorcerers. Frighten you. May the mountain shake you to the core. May the mountain hold you in check. May the mountain subject you. May the mountain cover you. May the mighty mountain fall on you. May you be held back from my body. The original translator has noted the resemblance between the Greek word for Lors, Kyrios, and the Sumerian word for mountain, Kur, and for a type of underworld, Catholic monster, which is also called Kur, and which refers to the Leviathan of the Old Testament. Also, in this particular conjuration, the word for mountain is Shadu Shaddai. The old serpent Kur is, of course, invoked every day by the Christians. Kairi Elisa, a word concerning the original manuscript. The editor and the publishers anticipate that there will be a demand at first for privileged views of the original Necronomicon. Whether out of curiosity's sake or by nervous experimenters, we will be certain that we did not copy a sigil correctly, etc. Let us hasten to state at this point that the original manuscript is neither the property of the editor nor the publishers. We were given the right to translate and publish this work, with as much additional and explanatory material as needed, but not the right to hold the manuscript up to public inspection. We regret that this is the case, but we also feel that it might be advisable in reference to the dangerous character of the work involved. Perhaps one day a book will be written on the hazards of possessing such an original work in one's home or office, including the fearful hallucinations, physical incapacities, and emotional malaise that accompany this work from the onset of the translation to the end of its final published form. Therefore, as a matter of policy, we cannot honor any requests to see the Necronomicon in its original state. Back shadows. Read this section carefully. In the interim period between the translations and the publication of this work, the editor, along with a circle of initiates in another discipline, undertook to experiment with the rituals and forces outlined in the Necronomicon. In using the material alone, or within a Western ceremonial structure, such as the Golden Dawn system, we came upon startling discoveries in both cases. There are no effective banishments for the forces invoked in the Necronomicon itself. The rituals and incantations formulated on this book are of ancient origin, comprising some of the oldest written magical workings in Western occult history. The deities and demons identified with them have probably not been effectively summoned in nearly 6,000 years. effective in successfully banishing Necronomicon demons and intelligences. For instance, the Kaddish prayer of the Jewish faith contains some solar elements that have proved resilient to inimical genii, and the vibration of the Lord's Prayer for Christians is also a workable method. We suggest that individual operators utilize an equivalent solar or positive light invocation for their own religion or the religion of their ancestors, should they no longer have their religion, or should they have changed it in their lifetime. For best practical purposes, for those intent on actually using the rituals contained herein, it is advisable to take special care in the construction of the magical circles and of all magical defenses. A preliminary period of purification is well in order before attempting anything in this grimoire. Persons of unstable mental condition or unstable emotional condition should not be allowed under any circumstances to observe one of these rituals in progress. That would be criminal, and perhaps is suicidal. One of our colleagues was fearfully attacked by his dog directly following a fairly simple and uncomplicated formula from this book. This is definitely not a Gilbert chemistry set. The method of the Necronomicon concerns deep, primeval forces that seem to pre-exist in the normal archetypal images of the tarot trumps and the Golden Dawn talismanic figures. These are forces that exist outside the Judeo-Christian mainstream and were worshipped and summoned long before the creation of the Kabbalah as we know it today. Hence the ineffectiveness of the Golden Dawn banishing procedures against them. They are not necessarily divine or prophetic in the sense that these terms are commonly understood in the West. They just simply represent power sources, largely untapped and thus far ignored by 20th century mainstream consciousness. The results of any experimentation with this book, as well as practical suggestions concerning its rituals, are welcomed by the publishers. Not included in this audiobook is the bibliography and suggested list. Next, let's go to the Necromatic. The testimony of the mad Arab. This is the testimony of all that I have seen, and all that I have learned in those years that I have possessed the 3 seals of Mashur. I have seen 1001 moons, and surely this is enough for the span of a man's life, though it is said the prophets lived much longer. I am weak and ill, and bear a great tiredness and exhaustion, and a sigh hangs in my breast like a dark lantern. I am old. The wolves carry my name in their meaningless speeches, and that quiet, subtle voice is summoning me from afar, and the voice much closer will shout into my ear of unholy impatience. The weight of my soul will decide its final resting place. Before that time, I must put down here all that I can concerning the horrors that stalk without, and which lie in wait at the door of every man. For this is the ancient arcana that has been handed down of old, but which has been forgotten by all but a few men, the worshippers of the ancient ones. May their names be blotted out. And if I do not finish this task, take what is here and discover the rest. For time is short, and mankind does not know nor understand the evil that awaits it. From every side, from every gate, from every broken barrier, from every mindless acolyte at the altars of madness. For this is the book of the dead, the book of the black earth, that I have put down at the peril of my life, exactly as I received it on the plains of the Yegi, the cool celestial spirits from beyond, the wanderers of the wastes. Let all who read this book be warned thereby that the habitation of men are seen and surveyed by that ancient race of gods and demons from a time before time, and that they seek revenge for that forgotten battle that took place somewhere in the cosmos, and when the world foul places of death and eternal thirst, which may be reached through the gate of Ganzir, which was built in in the days before Babylon was. Know too that I have spoken with all manner of spirits and demons, whose names are no longer known in the societies of man or world ever known. And the seals of some of these are written here, yet others I must take what I need. Anu have mercy on my soul. I have seen the unknown lands that no map has ever charted. I have lived in the deserts and the wastelands that spoken with demons and the souls of slaughtered men, and of women who have died in childbirth, victims of the shield Lamashta. I have traveled beneath the seas in search of the palace of our master, and found stone monuments of vanquished civilizations, and deciphered the writings of some of these, while still others remain mysteries to any man who lives. And these civilizations were destroyed because of the knowledge contained in this book. I have traveled among the stars and trembled before the gods. I have at last found the formulae by which I passed the gate Arzir, and passed into the forbidden realms of the foul Igigi. I have raised demons and the dead. I have summoned the ghosts of my ancestors to real and visible appearance on the tops of temples built to reach the stars, and built to touch the nethermost cavities of Hades. I have wrestled with the black magician, Azak-Thol, in vain, and fled to the earth by calling upon Inanna, her brother Mardu, lord of the double-headed axe. I have raised armies against the lands of the east by summoning the hordes of demons I have made subject unto me, and so doing found God, the god of the heathens, who breathes flame and roars like 1,000 thunders. I have found fear. I have found a gate that leads to the outside, by which the ancient ones, whoever seek entrance to our world, keep eternal watch. I have smelled the vapors of that ancient one, queen of the outside, whose name is written in the terrible magnet text, the testament of some dead civilization, whose priests, seeking power, so open with dread, even gave for an hour past the tide. I came to possess this knowledge through circumstances quite peculiar, while still the unlettered son of a shepherd in what is called Mesopotamia by the Greeks. When I was only a youth, traveling alone in the mountains to the east, called Ashur by the people of Europe, I came upon a very rock cloud with 3 strange symbols. It stood as high as a man, and was wide around as a boy. It was firmly in the ground, and I could not move. Thinking no more of the carvings, saying that they might be the work of a king to know some ancient future over again. I built a fire at its foot to protect me from the wolves that wander in those regions, and went to sleep, for it was night that was far from my village. But without it, being about 3 hours from dawn, the 19th Shabbat, I was awakened by the howling of a dog, perhaps a wolf, uncommonly loud and close at hand. The fire had died to its embers, and these red, glowing coals cast a faint dancing shadow across the stone monument between the columns. I began to make haste to build another fire, when, at once, the great rock began to rise slowly into the air, as though it were a dove. I could not move or speak, for the fear that seized upon my spine and wrapped cold fingers around my skull. The deep of Azur-Velia was no stranger to me than this sight, though the former seemed to melt as my hands. Presently, I heard a voice softly, some distance away in the room. Practical fear, that of the possibility of robbers, took hold of me, and I reared behind some knees, trembling. Another voice joined the first, and soon several men in the black robes and arms came together over the place where I was, surrounding the floating rock, of which they did not exactly the greatest foot. I could see clearly now the 3 carvings on the stone monument, glowing flame The figures whose faces I could not see or recognize began to make wild passes in the air with knives that glinted cold and sharp in the mountain night. From beneath the floating rock, out of the very ground where it had sat, came rising the tail of a serpent. This serpent was surely larger than any I had ever seen. The thinnest section thereof was fully that of the arms of two men, and as it rose from the earth, it was followed by another, although the end of the first was not seen, as it seemed to reach down into the very pit itself. These were followed by still more. The ground began to tremble under the pressure of so many of these enormous arms. The chanting of the priests, I knew them now to be the servants of some hidden power, became much larger and very, very hysterical. I screamed and gave my presence away to the priests. They turned toward me, and I saw loathing, that they had cut their chests with the daggers they had used to raise the stone for some mystical purpose I could not then divine, although I know now that blood is the very food of these spirits, which is why the field after the battles of war glows with an unnatural light. Manifestations of the spirits, even there are. Cut this off. My screams had the effect of casting their ritual into chaos and disorder. I raced through the mountain path by which I had come, and the priests came in after me, although some seemed to be staying behind. Perhaps I finished the runs. However, as I ran wildly down the slopes in the sunlight, my heart began to rise in my chest, and my head growing hot. The sound of splitting rocks and thunder came from behind me and shook the very ground I ran upon. I felt it. Rising, I turned to face what I pretended to be though I was unarmed. To my surprise, what I saw was no priest of ancient horror, no necromancer of that forbidden art, but black robes, falling upon the grass and weeds, with no seeming presence of life or bodies beneath them. I walked cautiously to the first and, picking up a long twig, lifted the robe from the tangled ends of thorns. All that remained of the priest was a bit of snow, like green coal, and with the smell of the body laying long to rot in the sun. Such a stench nearly overpowered me, but I was resolute to find the others, to see with the same fortune I also had fallen in love. Walking back up the stairs that I had so fearfully run down only moments ago, I came across yet another of the dark priests, in identical condition to the first. I kept walking, passing more of the roads as I went, not venturing into the return any more. Then I finally came upon the gray-stone level that had risen unnaturally into the air at the command of the priests. It was upon the ground once more, but the carvings still glowed with supernatural light. The serpents, or what I had then thought of as serpents, had disappeared. But in the dead embers of the fire, now cold and black, was a shining metal plate. I picked it up and saw that it also was carved as the stone, but very intricately, after a fashion I could not understand. It did not bear the same workings as the stone, but I had the feeling I could almost read the characters, but could not, as though I once knew the tongue, but had since long forgotten. My head began to ache as though a devil was pounding my skull, and a shaft of moonlight struck the metal end. For I know now what it was, and a voice entered into my head and told me the secrets of the scene I had witnessed in one door. In that moment, as though it must be piercing to the ear, I understood. Demons are the signs caused upon the grace spirit of the skies, remember. The second is the elder sign, and is the key whereby the powers of the elder gods may be seen. When used with the proper words and shapes, it has a name and is called a god. The third sign is the sigil of the Watcher. It is called Vanguard. The Watcher was a race sent by the elder ones, who keeps vigil long on the skies, provided the appropriate ritual and sacrifice has been performed. Else, if called, it will turn upon them. These seals, to be effective, must be graven upon stone and set in the ground, or set upon the altar of offerings, or carried to the rock of the vocations, or engraved on the metal of one's god or goddess and hung about the neck, but hidden from the view of the profane. Of the three, the Allah and the Agad may be used separately, that is to say, singly and alone. Bandar, however, must never be used alone, but with one or both of the others. For the Watcher must needs be reminded of the covenant it has sworn with the elder gods and our race, else it will turn upon thee and slay thee and ravage thy town until succor is to be had from the elder gods by the tears of thy people and the wailing of thy women. The letter amulet that I retrieved from the ashes of the fire in which caught the light of the moon is a potent seal against whatever may come in the gate from the outside, for seeing they will retreat from thee, save only if it catch the light of the moon upon its surface. For in the dark days of the morning or in cloud, there can be no protection against the demons from the ancient lands, should they break the barrier, or be let in by their servants upon the face of the earth. In such a case, no recourse is to be had within the light which shines upon the earth, for the moon is the eldest among the Zone, and is the starry symbol of our head. And now, Father of gods, remember. Wherefore the enemy must be engraved upon the pure silver in the full light of the moon, that the moon shine upon it at its working, and the essence of the moon incantations must be performed, and the prescribed rituals as given forth in this book. And the amulet must never be exposed to the light of the sun, for Shamash, called Udu, in his jealousy, will rob the seal of its power. In such a case, it must be bathed in water of camphor, and the incantations and ritual performed once again. But verily, it were better to engrave another. These secrets I give to thee at the pain of my life, never to be revealed to the profane, or the banished, or the worshippers of the ancient serpent, but to keep within thine own heart always sound upon these things. Peace be to thee. Henceforth, that fateful night in the mountains of Ashur, I wandered about the countryside in search of the key to the secret knowledge that had been given to me. And it was a painful and lonely journey, during which time I taught no life, taught no house or village my home, and dwelt in various countries, often in caves or in the deserts, learning several tongues as a traveler might learn to bargain with the tradespeople and learn their news and customs. But my bargaining was with the powers that reside in each of these countries, and soon I came to understand many things which before I had no knowledge, except perhaps in my dreams. The friends of my youth deserted me, and I them. When I was 7 years gone from my family, I learned that they had all died of their own hand, for reasons no one was able to tell me. Their flocks had been slain as the victims of some strange epidemic. I wandered as a beggar, being fed from town to town as the people saw fit, often being stoned instead of being threatened with imprisonment. On occasion, I was able to convince some learned man that I was a sincere scholar, and was thereby permitted to read the ancient legends in which the details of necromancy, sorcery, magic, and alchemy are given. I learned that the spells that cause men resting here, in this book of the black earth. I learned the powers of the astral gods and how to summon their aid in times of need. I learned, too, of the frightful beings who dwell beyond the astral spirits, who guard the entrance to the temple of the lost, from the ancient of days, the ancient of the ancient ones, whose name I cannot hear. In my solitary ceremonies on the roads, worshipping with fire and sword, with water and dagger, with the assistance of a strange grass that grows wild in certain parts of my shore, and which I had dreamed that I find for rock, that grass that gives the mind great power to travel tremendous distances into the heavens, as also to the hells. I received the firm name for the elements and talismans which follow, which provide the priest with the same passage, pointing the spheres where he can travel in search of the wisdom. But now, after 1,001 moons of the journey, the maskim knit at my heels, the Rabbi Shun pull at my hair, the Mashta opens her dread jaws, as a Thoth looks blindly at his throne. Kutul raises his head and stares up through the veils of sunken Valuri, up through the abyss, and fixes his stare upon me. Wherefore I must, with haste, write this indeed. It appears as though I have failed in some regard to the order of the rites, or to the formulae, or to the sacrifices. For now it appears as if the entire host of Erish Gidal lies waiting, dreaming, drooling for my departure. I pray the gods that I am saved and not perish as did the priest Abdul ben Maktoum in Jerusalem. The gods will never have mercy on me. My fate is no longer written in the stars, for I have broken the Chaldean covenant by seeking power of the Zone. I have set the book on the moon, and the moon no longer has power over me. The lines of my life have been obliterated by my wanderings in the wasteland, over the letters written in the heavens by the gods. And even now I can hear the wolves howling in the mountains as they did that fateful night, and they are calling my name and the names of others. I fear for my flesh, but I fear for my spirit more. Remember always that every empty moment I call upon the gods not to forget thee, for they are very far away. Light thy fires high in the hills, and on the tops of temples and pyramids, that they may see and remember. Remember always to contemplate the formulae as I have laid down, and not to change it by one line or dot, not so much as a hair's breadth, lest it be rendered valueless, or worse, a broken star is the gate of cancer, the gate of death, the gate of the shadows and the shells. Recite these incantations as they are written here, in the manner is prescribed. Prepare the rituals without erring, and in the proper places and times to render the sacrifices. May the gods, ever merciful unto thee, may thou escape the jaws of Maskin, and vanquish the power of the ancient ones, and the gods grant thee death before the ancient ones rule the earth once more. Seven seals, each of which may be used in their turn. They are approached by 7 gates, it is forbidden to speak. The passing of the gates gives the priest both power and wisdom to use it. He becomes able to control the affairs of his life more perfectly than before, and many have been content to merely pass the first 3 gates and then sit down and go no further than that, enjoying the benefits that they have found in the preliminary spheres. But this is evil, for they are not equipped to deal with the attack from without that must surely come, and that their people will cry unto them for safety, and it will not conform. Therefore, set thy face towards the ultimate goal, and strive ever onward to the furthest reaches of the stars, though it mean thine own death. For such a death is as a sacrifice to the gods, and pleasing that they will not forget their people. The Zone and their attributes then are as follows. The god of the moon is the god Nana. He is father of the Zone and the eldest of the wanderers. He is long of beard and bears a wand of lapis lazuli in his palm, and possesses the secret of the tides of blood. His color is silver. His essence is to be found in silver and in camphor, and in those things bearing the sign of the moon. He is sometimes called Sin. His gate is the first you will pass in the rituals that follow. His step on the ladder of lights is also silver. This is his seal, which you must engrave on his metal. On the 13th day of the month in which you are working, having no other person about you who may watch you in its manufacture. Being finished, it should be wrapped in a square of the finest silk, and laid aside until such a time as you desire its use. And then it should be removed only after the sun has gone to its rest. No ray of sunlight should strike the seal, lest its power be rendered nil, and a new seal must needs be cast. The number of Nana is 30, and this is his seal. The god of Mercury is Nebo. He is a very old spirit, having a long beard, and is the guardian of the gods, as well as the keeper of the knowledge of science. He wears a crown of 100 horns, and the long robe of the priest. His color is blue. His essence is in that metal known as quicksilver, and is sometimes also found in sand, and in those things bearing the sign of Mercury. His gate is the second you will pass in the rituals that follow. His step on the ladder of lights is blue. This is his seal, which you must write on perfect parchment, or on the broad leaf of a palm tree, having no other person about you who may watch you in its construction. Being finished, it should be wrapped in a square of the finest silk, and laid aside until such time as you desire its use. And then it should be removed only when its light is in the sky. Such is also the best time for its manufacture. The number of Nebo is 12, and this is his seal. The goddess of Venus is the most excellent queen of Inanna, called the Babylonians Ishtar. She is the goddess of passion, both of love and of war, depending upon her sign and the time of her appearance in the heavens. She appears as a most beautiful lady in the company of lions, and partakes of a subtle astral nature with the moon god Nana. When they are in agreement, that is, when their 2 planets are auspiciously arranged in the heavens, it is as 2 offering cups split freely in the heavens, to rain the sweet wine of the gods upon the earth. And then there is great happiness and rejoicing. She sometimes appears in armor, and is thereby a most excellent guardian against the machinations of her sister, the dread queen, the Reshkigal of Kern. With the name and number of Inanna, no priest need fear to walk to the very depths of the underworld, for being armed in her armor, he is similar to the goddess. It was thus that I descended to the forms that lie beyond the crust of the earth, and command her demons. She is similarly a goddess of love, and bestows a favorable chooses you. Her step on the ladder of lights, built of old in Babylon and at Ur, is white. This is her seal, which you must engrave on copper. Venus being exalted in the heavens, with no one above watching its construction. Being finished, it is to be wrapped in pierced silk and laid safely away, only to be removed when need arises at any time. The number of the Nara is 15, by which number she is frequently known in incantations or dispensations. Her seal is the following. The god of the sun is the Lord Shamash, the son of Hanan. He is seated upon a throne of gold, wearing a crown of 2 horns, holding a scepter aloft in his right hand, and a flame disc in his left, sending rays in every direction. He is the god of light and of life. His color is gold. His essence is to be found in gold, and in all golden objects and plants. He is sometimes called the Blue. His gait is the 4-wheel passing rituals that follow. His step on the great ladder of lights is gold. This is his seal, which you must engrave in gold. When the sun is exalted in the heavens, alone on a mountaintop or some such place close to the rays, but alone. Being finished, it should be wrapped in a square of the finest silk and laying aside until such time as it is needed. The number of Shamash is 20, and this is his seal. The god of Mars is the mighty Negral. He has the head of a man and the body of a lion, and bears a sword and a flail. He is the god of war, and of the fortunes of war. He was sometimes known to be an agent of the ancient ones, for he dwelt in Cathar for a time. His color is dark red. His essence is to be found in fire, and in all weapons made to spill the blood of men and of animals. His gait is the thing you will see as he passed the zones in the rituals that follow. His steps on the ladder of light is red. This is his seal, which must be engraved on a plate of iron or on paper in blood. When Mars is in exaltation to the heavens, it is best done at night, far from the habitations of men and of animals, where you cannot be seen or heard. It must be wrapped first in heavy cloth, then in fine silk, and hid away until such times as it is needed. But to take not to use his seal hastily, for it is a sharp sword. The number of Negral is 8, and this is his seal. The god of Jupiter is the lord of magicians, Marduk Mercurius, of the double-headed axe. Marduk was born of our father Enki, to do battle against the forces of the ancient ones, and he won in powerful fight, subduing the armies of evil and putting the queen of the ancient ones beneath his foot. That servant is dead, Beatrice. Marduk was bestowed 50 names and powers by the council of the other gods, which powers he retains to this day. His color is purple, his essence is in the material tin and brass. His gait is the sixth that you will come upon as you follow the rituals that follow. His step on the ladder of lights is purple. This is his seal, which you must engrave on a plate of tin or of brass. Jupiter is strong in the heavens, while making special invocation to Enki, our master. This shall be one as the others, and not impure so in any way until the time for its use. Know that Marduk appears as a mighty warrior with a long beard and a flaming disc in his hands. He carries a bow and a quiver of arrows, and treads about the heavens keeping the watch. Take care to summon his assistance in only the most terrible of circumstances, for his might is powerful and his anger fierce. When thou hast used the power of the star Jupiter, call instead one of the appropriate powers listed within these names, and they will surely come. The number of Marduk is 10, and this is his seal. The god of Cyrus is Neo, called the Lord of hunters and distress. He appears with the crown of until its use is desired. It should never be removed when the sun is in the sky, but only after the night is fallen and the earth grown black. For the moon knows the best places and the demons that prowl among the shadows, looking for sacrifice. He knows the best territories of the ancient ones, the practices of the worshippers, and the locations of the gates. His realm is the realm of the night tide. His number is 4, as the pillars of the earth, and the following is his seal. The book of entrance and of the walking. This is the book of entrance to the 7 zones of the earth, which zones were known to the Chaldeans and to the ancient races that preceded them among the lost temples of Ur. Know that these zones are governed by the celestial spirits, and that passage may be had by the priest through those lands that border on the unzoned wastes beyond. Know that, when walking thus through the sea of spheres, he should leave his watcher behind, that it may guard his body and his property, lest he be slain unawares and must wander throughout eternity among the dark spaces between stars, or else be devoured by the wrathful Igigi that dwell beyond. Know that thou must walk the steps of the ladder of lights, each in its place, yet one at a time, and that thou must enter by the gates in the lawful manner, as it is put down in the covenant, else thou art surely lost. Know that thou must be purified in the space of 1 moon from the entrance to the first step, 1 moon between the first and the second steps, and again between the second and the third, and so on in like manner. Thou must abstain from spilling thy seed in any manner for a like period of time, but thou mayest worship at the temple of Ishtar, provided thou use not frankincense, and this is a great sin. Thou must needs call upon thy God in the dawn light and upon thy goddess in the lightning dusk, every day of the purification. Thou must summon thy watcher and instruct it perfectly in its duties, providing it with the time and place whereby it may serve and surround you with a flaming sword in every direction. Thy clothing for the walking should be fair, clean, and simple, but appropriate to each step. And thou should have with thee the seal of the particular step whereupon thou walkest, which is the seal of the star appertaining thereunto. Thou must needs prepare an altar to face the north, having upon it the statues of thy deities, or some such suitable images, an offering bowl, and a brazier. Upon the altar should be inscribed the name appropriate to the walking. If above thee is the sky, so much the better. If there be a roof above thy head, it must be free from all things. Not even a wrench should be suspended over it, save in operations of call, which is misjust also, if God's will be time. The only light shall be from the 4 lamps upon the ground, and each of the 4 gates of the earth, of the north 1 lamp, of the east 1 lamp, of the south 1 lamp, and of the west 1 lamp. The oil should be pure, with no water, or else sweet smelling. The perfumes and brazier should also be sweet smelling, or especially appropriate to the star where thou wouldst desire entrance, after the fashion of thy country. The 7 gates here follow. This is the first gate, the gate of Nanar, called Sin. This is the second gate of Ebal. This is the third gate of Inanna, called Ishtar. This is the 4th gate of Shamash, called Hodua. This is the 5th gate of Yagawa. the space of 3 days preceding the last day of the moon, thou mayest not eat anything whatsoever, save to drink sweet water. On the last 3 days, thou must invoke, in addition to thy god and goddess, the 3 great elder ones, Anu, Enlil, Enki, by their proper invocations. And the number of Anu is 60, the perfect number, for he is father of the heavens, and the number of Enlil is 50, and he is the father of the moon. And the number of Enki is 40, a most excellent number, and he is our father of all who would tread these forgotten paths, and wander into lands unknown, among the wastes, amid frightful monsters of the days of May. Second, on the night of the walking, which must be the 13th night of the moon, and will begun on the previous 13th night, thou must approach the gate with awe and respect. Thy temple is exercised. Thou must light the fire in the country, the invocation of the god of fire, and pour incense thereon. Thou must make offering to the deities on the altar. Third, thou must light the 4 lamps from the flame of the seas, reciting the invocation proper to each of these watchtowers in its proper place, summoning the respective stars. Fourth, thou must recite the invocation of the watcher, thrusting the sword to the earth at its station, not touching it until it is the appointed time for its departure. Fifth, thou must take the seal of the star in thy right hand and whisper its name softly upon it. Sixth, thou must recite the incantation with the walking, loudly, and in a clear voice, as thou walkest about the gate in a circular fashion, beginning at the north and walking to the east, then to the south and to the west, the number of turns being equal to the special number of the stars. Seventh, thou must needs arrive back at the center of the gate, before thine altar, at which time thou must fall to the ground, looking neither to the right nor to the left, but making your way. For these operations attract many kinds of wandering demons and ghosts to the gate, but the air will be altered whereupon thou wilt, as it receiveth thee, opening for thee, and the spirit messenger of the spirit, leading thee to the place and giving thee a name, which thou must remember, for that is the name of thou passing the gate, which thou must use each time thou passeth thereby. The same spirit messenger will meet thee, and, if thou know not thy name, he will forbid thee entrance, and thou wilt fall to the earth immediately. When the first gate has been entered and the name received, thou wilt fall back to the earth with thy tomb. That which has been moving about thy gate in the ground lie down. Recite thine thanksgiving to the gods upon thine altar, strike the sword of the watcher that is made blood, and give the incantation of Nana, which should say how she conquered the realm of Underworld, and vanquished Cthulhu. All the doomed will vanish thereby, and thou wilt be thus free to depart the gate and extinguish the fire. Thou mayest not fall upon Nana, for thou hast passed the gate of Nana. Thou mayest not fall anywhere until this gate hast thou passed. Similarly, for the rest of the gates, when thou hast ascended to the ladder of lights, thou wilt have knowledge and power of the spheres, and wilt be able to summon them, thereby in times of need. This will not give thee power over the atmospheres. However, this power being obtained differently by the ritual of descent. This ritual thou wilt undertake in the 15th day after the 13th of the month, when thou hast summoned the gate of Marduk to open. For Marduk slew the thieves, and Inanna, the goddess of the 15, conquered the netherworld, where some of theirs still lie. This is a most perilous rite, and may be undertaken by any man who has the free mind, whether he has passed the previous gates or not, save that it is best advised to have passed through Marduk's gate before venturing further into the gate. For this reason, few have ever opened the gate of the God and spawned to the Holy One who resided there, and given all manner of wisdom regarding the operations of necromancy, and with the smells that hasten unto death. there is only defense. Only a madman, indeed, such as I am called, can hope to have the power over them that dwell in the outer spaces. For their power is unknown, and the number of the hordes uncounted, and each day they breed more horrors than a man's mind can conceive, the sight of which can hardly bear. There was a time when the gate to the outside was open too long, and I witnessed the horror that struck, of which words cannot speak, and of which writing can only confuse. The ancient one that had escaped into the inner world was forced back through the gate by a magician of great power, but only at a great loss to the villages and flocks of the island. Many sheep were slaughtered after an unnatural fashion, and many devoured, and many bedowed, rendered senseless. For the mind perceives what it is shown, that the sight of the ancient ones is a blasphemy to the ordinary senses of a man, for that come from a world that is not straight, but crooked, and where existence is of forms unnaturally and painful to the eye and to the mind, whereby the spirit is threatened and branches loose from the body of fire. And for that reason, the fearful Utuku Zul take possession of the body and dwell therein until the priest banish them back to whence they came, and the normal spirit may return to its erstwhile neighborhood. And there are all the Aliyah, frightening dog-faced demons that are the messengers of the gods of prey, and that chew on the very bones of men. And there are many another, of which this is not the rightful place wherein they may be mentioned, save to warn the priest against the ambitious striving against the ancient ones by outside, until the master is acquired over the powers that reside within. Only when Adara has been obtained may the priest consider himself a master of the plans of his spheres, and able to wrestle with all minds. Once death herself has been stayed in the eye, can the priest then summon and control the demons of death's deadly cutting claws. Then can he hope to open the gate without fear, without that burden of spirit that slays the man. Then can he hope to have power over the demons that plague the mind and the body, pulling at the hair and grasping at the hands, and the screaming vile names into the airs of the night. For what comes on the wind can only be slain by he who knows the wind, and what comes on the seas can only be slain by he who knows the waters. This it is written in the ancient covenant. The incantations of the gates. The invocation of the Nana gate.
mystic ray. Lord Nebo, what spirit on earth or in the heavens is not compelled by the magic of thy scars? They are curious.
The invocation of the Shaman's Gate.
The sphere of the sun I cultivate. Nergal, god of the sacrifice of blood, remember. Nergal, lord of the offerings of battle. Ravager of the enemy's towns. Devourer of the flesh of man, remember. Nergal, wielder of the mighty sword, remember. Nergal, lord of arms and armies, remember. Spirit of the glow of the battlefield, open wide ranking. Spirit of the entrance into hell, open thy gates to me. Spirit of the sacrifice, the thrust of summer, light bar, open the gate to thy sphere. Phantom fear, open the gate to the red fire, open the gate to the town of wars, open the gate to the god of victory, Tadimar, open to me. Gate of the holy protection of the dead, gate to the Iran, the Iran, open the angels give the spheres of Shivji. I ask thee, open, Beyond, Yassi,
The invocation to Marduk Gate.
Spirit of the great planet, remember. Marduk, god of victory over the dark angels, remember. Marduk, lord of all the lands, remember. Marduk, son of the king, master of magicians, remember. Marduk, banisher of the angels, remember. Marduk, kills the stars that fall, remember. Marduk, sends the waters into the places, remember. Lord of arms, I let this taste of you, remember. Mercy from the ancient gods, Jupiter, remember. In the name of the goddess, the strong of the universe, I cultivate, hearken and remember. At the gate of the way, Nergal, the sphere of the planet, I cultivate, hearken and remember. Mara, lord of the 50 colors, open thy gates to me. Mara, god of the names, open thy gates to thy servant. Open the angels, give the sphere of Nergal. I cultivate, hearken and remember. Gate of the great god, open. Gate of the warrior, between worlds, open. Gate of the conqueror of the monsters from the sea, open. Gate of the golden city of Sagala, open. Yada, yada, yamanul nadesh, yada,
Invocation of the Gate. conjuration of the Watcher. This is the book of the conjuration of the Watcher, or formulae as I received them from the scribe of Enki, our master and lord of all magic. Great care must be taken that this untamed spirit does not rise up against the priest, and for that reason a preliminary sacrifice must be made in a clean and blue bowl with the appropriate sigils inscribed thereupon, being the three gray carbon signs of the rock of my initiation, which are they must be engraved upon the bowl with a fine stylus or painted thereon with dark ink. The sacrifice must be new bread, pine resin, and the grass or year leaves. These must be burned in the new bowl, and the sword of the Watcher, with his sigil engraved thereupon at hand, for he will inhabit such at the time of the calling of the Watcher, and will depart when he is given license to depart. The Watcher comes from a race different from that of men, and yet different from that of the gods. And it is said that he was with King Gu and his hordes at the time of the war between the worlds, but was dissatisfied and did cleave unto the armies of Lord Marduk. Wherefore, it is wise to conjure it in the names of the three great Watchers who existed before the confrontation, one who was born the Watcher and whose race ultimately derived. And those three are Anu, Enlil, and Master Enki of the magic waters. And for this reason, they are sometimes called the three Watchers, Mas Saratu, and the Watcher Mas Saratu, or Kiamas Saratu. And the Watcher appears sometimes as a great and fierce dog, who prowls about the gate of the circle, frightening away the demon who forever lurk about the barriers, waiting for sacrifice. And the Watcher aloft is sore flames, and even the elder gods are awed thereby. And sometimes the Watcher appears as a man in a long robe, shaven, with eyes that never lose their stare. And the Lord of the Watchers dwells, it is said, among the wastes of the Igigi, and only watches and never raises the sword or fights the Igigi, save when the covenant is invoked by none less than the elder gods and their council, like unto the seven glorious Af-Kalu. And sometimes the Watcher appears as the enemy, ready to devour the priest who has erred in the incantations, or omitted the sacrifice, or acted in defiance of the covenant, or which acts the very elder gods cannot forbid that silent lips from exacting its toll. And it is said that some of that race lie waiting for the Ancient Ones to once more rule the cosmos, that they may be given the right hand of honor, and that such as these are lawless. This is what is said. The preliminary invocation. When the time has come to summon the Watcher for the first time, the place of thy calling must be clean, and a double circle of flour drawn about thee, and there should be no altar, but only the new bowl, with the three carbon signs on it, and the conjuration of the fire should be made, and the sacrifices heaped thereupon into the burning bowl, and the bowl is now called Agamas Saratu, and to be used for no other purpose save to invoke the Watcher. And the bowl must be laid between the circles, facing the northeast, and thy vestments should be black, and thy cap black, and the sword must be at hand, but not yet in the ground. And it must be the darkest hour of the night, and there must be no light, save for the Agamas Saratu, and the conjuration of the three must be made thus. The normal invocation of the Watcher. This invocation is to be made during the course of any ceremony when it is necessary to summon the Watcher to preside over the outer precincts of the circle or gate. The sword is to be thrust into the ground as before, in the northeast section, but the agamas saratu is not necessary, lest thou hast not made sacrifice to thine Watcher in the space of 1 moon, in which case it is necessary to sacrifice to it anew, whether in that ceremony or at some other earlier. Raise the copper dagger of Inanna of the calling, and declaim the invocation in a clear voice, be it loud or soft.
I conjure thee by the fire of Kira, the veils of Satan harmony, and by the lights of Shamash, I call thee here before me, invisible shadow, in beholdable form, to watch and protect this sacred circle, this holy gate. Make heed for the name unspeakable, the number unknowable. No man hath seen at any time. No geometer, measure, no wizard hath ever called. Call thee here now. Rise up, thy unled, I sit with thee. Rise up, thy unled, I sit with thee. Rise up, thy Inki, I sit with thee. Cease to be the sleeper of Akira. Cease to lie unwaking beneath the mountains of Ker. Rise up from the pits of ancient holocausts. Rise up from the old abyss of Narmada. Come by Anu, come by Enlil, come by Enki. In the name of the covenant, come and rise up before me. Yamas Zanatu, Yamas Zanatu, Yamas Zanatu, Zid Kia Kanda, Rapolo Malonef, Kia, Shtaha.
At this point, the Watcher will surely come and stand outside the gate or circle until such time as he is given the license to depart by striking of the priest's left hand on the hilt of the sword while pronouncing the formulae Bara Mas Saratu Bara. Thou mayest not depart thine sacred precincts until the Watcher has been given this license, else he will devour thee. Such are the laws. And he cared not what he watches, only that he obey the priest. The Maclu text. Here are the banishments, the burnings, and the bindings handed down to us by Enki, the master. They are to be performed over the Aga Mas Saratu by the priest, with the appropriate images as described herein. The incantations must be recited after the Watcher has been summoned, and he will do the deed set down for him by the incantations. When he returns, he is to be dismissed as set down previously. Know that when images are used, they must be burned utterly, and the ashes buried in safe ground where none may find them, else to touch them will mean death. Know that the evil spirits are principally 7, for the 7 masculine, who tear away the heart of a man and mock his gods. And their magic is very strong, and they are the lords over the shadows and over the depths of the seas, and reigned once, it is said, over Megan, whence they came. The banishments or exorcisms are to be pronounced in a clear voice without trembling, without shaking. The arms should be held over the head in the attitude of a priest of Shamash, and the eyes must behold the spirit of the god Shamash, even though it be the time of the sleeping of Shamash behind the mountains of the Scorpion. No word must be changed. These must not be shown to any but the properly instructed. To show them to any other is to ask the curse of Ningazida on yourselves and upon your generations. The Book Maclu of the Burnings. The Exorcism of the Crown of Anu. The priest, in time of peril, shall put on the spotless white crown of Anu with the 8 rayed seals, and stand in the prescribed manner with true of the Idulu, we call, for they are like fire, and every caution must be used, lest they consume the magician and his entire generation. Thus, the exorcism of Anu. The exorcisms against Ezra Thoth and his emissaries. An image must be made of a throne chair and put into the flames of the Agamas Sanctum while chanting the following exorcism. be said when the great bear is suspended from his tail in the heavens, which is the time the baneful worshippers gather for their rites, and by which they mark their calendar. The mercy of Anu be upon thee. The exorcism against the possessing spirit. This is to be said when the body of the possessed is distant, or when secrecy must be maintained, to be performed within thy circle before the watcher.
The wicked god, the wicked demon, the demon of the desert, the demon of the mountain, the demon of the sea, the demon of the marsh, the wicked genius, the enormous larvae, the wicked winds, the demon that seasons the body, the demon that rendeth the body, spirit of the sky, remember, spirit of the earth, remember, the demon that seasons man, the demon that seasons man, the gigan who worketh evil, the spawn of the wicked demon, spirit of the sky, remember, spirit of the earth, remember, he who forges images, he who casts spells, the evil angel, the evil eye, the evil mouth, the evil tongue, the evil lip, the most perfect sorcery, spirit of the sky, remember, spirit of the earth, remember, and the Nazu, may she cause him to turn his face toward the place where she is. May the wicked demons depart. May they seize one another. May they feed on one another's bones. Spirit of the sky, remember. Spirit of the earth, remember.
The exorcism of Anakia. A conjuration of heaven and earth and all between against the possessing spirit, to be recited 7 times over the body of the possessed person, till the spirit issueth forth from his nose and mouth in the form of liquid and fire, like unto green oils. Then the person shall be holy, and shall sacrifice to Inanna at her temple, and this must not be omitted, lest the spirit return to what Inanna has cast off. The binding of the evil sorcerers. When thou art haunted by the spells of the worshippers of the Ancient Ones, make images of them, 1 male and 1 female, and burn them in the flames of the Agamas Saratu, while pronouncing the following incantation, the binding.
I invite you down to the night, together with you I call to the night, to the colored night, I call it the evening, and midnight, and the morning, because they have rejected me, the sorcerers of the sorcerers have called me, my God is forever for me, I am playing with me, because of illness, I see the Lord, I cannot lie down, neither during the night nor during the day, they have still one
Watchful, therefore, not to open this gate. the rising of the sun, and seal it at that time. For to leave it open is to be the agent of chaos.
What's wrong with me?
Know, secondly, that the power of magic
I
is
can't
the power
feel,
of
can't
Master
feel.
Enki, Lord of the seas, and Master of magic, Father of Mardu,
Give me
fashioner of the
something
magic
else to
name,
feel.
the magic number, the magic word, the magic shape. So, therefore, the priest who governed the works of fire, and the god of fire, Gishbar, called Gibil, must first be sprinkled with the water of the seas of Enki, as a testament to his creation, and a sign of the covenant that exists between him and thee. Know, thirdly, that by the power of the elder gods,
Give me something else to feel.
thou mayest procure every type of honor, dignity, wealth,
Give me
and
something
happiness,
else to feel.
but that these are to be shunned as the purveyors of death. For the most radiant jewels are to be found buried deep in the earth, and the tomb of man is the splendor of Erish Kadal, the joy of Cthulhu, the food of Azathoth. Therefore, thine obligation is as of the gatekeeper of the inside, agent of Mardu, servant of Enki. The gods are forgetful and very far away, and it was to the priests of the flame that covenant was given to seal the gates between this world and the other, and to keep watch thereby through this night of time. The circle of magic is the barrier, the temple, and the gate between the worlds. Know, fourthly, that it has become the obligation of the priests of the flame and the sword, and of all magic, to bring their power to the underworld, and keep it changed thereby, for the underworld is surely the gate forgotten, by which the ancient ones ever seek entrance to the land of the living, and the ministers of Apsu are clearly walking the earth, riding behind the air and upon the earth, and sailing silently through the water, and roaring in the fire. And all these spirits must be brought into subjection to the person of the priest of magic before anything else, or the priest becomes prey to the eye of death of the seven Anunnaki, Lord of the underworld, ministers of the Queen of Hell. Know, fifthly, that the worshippers of Tiamat are abroad in the world, and will give fight to the magician. Lo, they have worshipped the serpent from ancient times, and have always been with us, and they are to be known by their seeming human appearance, which has the mark of the beast upon them, as they change easily into the shapes of animals and haunt the nights of men, and by their odor, which comes of burning incenses and offered to the worship of the elder ones. And their books are the books of chaos and the flames, and are the books of the shadows and the shells. And they worship the heaving earth and the rippling sky, and the rampant flame and the flooding waters. And they are the razors of the legions and masculine, the liars in wait. And they do not know what it is they do, but they do it at the demands of the serpent, at whose name even Erish Kadal gives fright, and the dread Cthulhu strains at his bonds. Know, sixthly, that thou shalt not seek the operation of this magic, save by the rules and governments set down herein. For to do other is to take the most awful risk for thyself and for all mankind. Therefore, heed these words carefully, and change not the words of your incantations, whether thou understand them or understand them not, for they are the words of the tax made of old and before time. So, say them softly with the formula is softly, or show them aloud the formula is aloud, but change not one measure, lest thou call something else, and it be your final power. Know, seventhly, of the things thou art to expect in the commission of this most sacred magic. Study the symbols well, and do not be afraid of any awful spectre that shall invade thine operation, or haunt thine habitat by day or by night. Only charge them with them sign of the power of the magic of Enki. And I have told thee all this before, but I tell thee again. For the priest, being furnished with every kind of armor and armed, he is similar to the goddess. The place of calling shall be high in the mountains, most preferably, or near the seas, or in some secluded area far from the haunts of land, or in the desert, or atop an ancient temple, and it shall be clean and free from the unwanted. Thus, the place, once chosen, shall be purified by supplications to thy particular god and goddess, and by burning offerings of pine and cedar. And a round load shall be brought and salt, and, having offered it to the personal deities, the priest shall pronounce solemnly the following exorcism, that the place of calling will be cleansed, and all evil banished thereof. And the priest shall not change one word or letter of this exorcism, reciting faithfully, as it is put down. Set in with precious stones, and thou shalt bear with thee a rod of lapis lazuli, the 5-rayed star about thy neck, the frontlet, the girdle, the amulet of about thine arm, and a pure and unspotted robe. And these things shall be worn for the operations of calling only, and at other times shall be put away and hid, so that no eye may see them, save your own. As for the worship of the gods, it is after the fashion of your country. But the priests of old were naked in their rites. And thou shalt put down the circle, and thou shalt invoke thy god and thy goddess. But their images must be removed from the altar and put away, unless thou call the powers of Marduk, in which case an image of Marduk should be set thereupon, and no other. And the perfumes must be burnt in the brazier, and the water summoned after its fashion, and the 4 gates invoked, being the 4 watchtowers that stand about thee, and the circumference of the mandal, and witness the rites, and watch the outside, that the ancient ones may not trouble thee. And the invocations of the 4 gates is after this fashion, which thou recite loudly in a clear voice. Of the invocation of the 4 gates in the world between the spheres. Invocation of the North Gate.
Be thou
Invocation of the Western Gate. There may be words in Necromatic by which it is desirous to speak with the phantom sullen dead, and perhaps dwelling in absolute, and thereby a servant of perished God, in which case the preliminary invocation may follow is to be used, which is the invocation used by the Queen of Light in at the time of her descent into that kingdom of woe. It is no less than the opening of the gate of Ganzia that leads to the 7 steps of the frightful pit. Therefore, do not be alarmed at the sights and sounds that will issue forth from that opening, for they will be the wails and laments of the shades that are chained therein, and the shrieking of the mad god on the throne of darkness. Preliminary invocation of the operation of calling the spirits of the dead who dwell in Kuta of the lost. conjuration which thou recitest forcefully. The great conjuration of all the powers. formulae concerning the works of the sphere of Labat, of Ishtar, the queen. These are works of the gentle passions, which seek to engender affection between man and woman, and they may best be done in a circle of light, the priest being properly cleansed and in a clean robe. Preliminary purification, invocation. Tie 3 knots on a harp string, entwine around both right and left hands, and chant the following incantation 7 times, and potency will return.
Doesn't want this shot. Doesn't want this shot. Doesn't want this shot. I'm a raging bull with a record drop. Fuck your feelings. I'm a raging bull with a... Give me fuel for the fire burning.
The frontlet of calling. The copper dagger of Indama of calling.
Fuck your feelings.
The seal of the north gate. The seal of the east gate. The seal of the south gate.
Doesn't want this shot.
The seal of the west gate.
Doesn't want this shot.
One type of
Doesn't want this
Mandal
shot.
of calling.
Doesn't want this shot. I'm a raging bull when the record drop. Fuck your
Of
feelings.
50 names. The book of 50 names are
raging bull.
defeater of the ancient ones. This is the book of Marduk,
Give me fuel for
begotten
the
of our
fire
master
burning.
Enki, Lord of magicians, who did defeat Tiamat, known as Ker, known as Uwawa, in magic combat, who defeated the ancient ones, that the elders may live and rule the earth.
I'm a raging bull when
In
the
the time
record
before
drop.
time, in the age before the heaven and the earth were put in their places, in the age when the ancient ones were rulers of all that existed and did not exist, there was naught but darkness. There was no moon, there was no sun, no planets were they, and no stars, no grain, no tree, no plant grew. The ancient ones were masters of spaces, now unknown or forgotten, and all was chaos. Marduk was chosen of the elders to fight Ker and wrest power from the great sleeping serpent who dwells beneath the mountains of the Scorpion. Marduk was given a weapon and a sign, and 50 powers were given to him to fight the awful Tiamat, and each power has its weapon and its sign, and these are the mightiest possessions of the elder gods against the ancient one who threatens without, who threatens from the abyss, the Lord of darkness, the master of chaos, the unborn, the uncreated, who still wishes ill upon the race of men and upon the elder gods who reside in the stars. The gods forget, they are distant, dragon gods, and the sea monsters, and the gods of the deep. Watch also the day when the great bear hangs lowest in the sky, and the quarters of the year measured thereof, and the four directions measured thereof. For there the gates may be opened, and care must needs be taken to ensure that the gates remain forever closed. They must be sealed with the elder sign, accompanied by the rites and incantations proper. The 50 names here follow, with their signs and powers. They may be summoned after the priest has ascended to that step of the ladder of lights, and gained entrance to that sacred city. The signs should be engraved on parchment or sealed in clay and placed upon the altar at the calling, and the perfumes should be of cedar and strong, sweet-smelling resins, and the calling be to the north. The first name is Marduk, the Lord of Lords, Master of Magicians. His name should not be called except when no other will do, and it is the most terrible responsibility to do so. The word of his calling is Duga. This is his seal. The second name is Maruka, knows all things since the beginning of the world, knows all secrets, be they human or divine, and is very difficult to summon. The priest should not summon him unless he is clean of heart and spirit, for this spirit shall know his innermost thoughts. This is his seal. The third name is Maradugu, master of the arts of protection, change the mad god at the battle, seals the ancient ones in their caves, behind the gates, possesses the Ara star. This is his seal. The fourth name is Barashakushu, worker of miracles, the kindest of the 50, and the most beneficent. The word used in his calling is Baldul. This is his seal. The fifth name is Lugaladimarankia, put order into chaos, made the waters aright, commander of legions of wind demons who flaunt the ancient Tiamat alongside Marduk Kyrios. The word used at his calling is Banutuku. This is his seal. The sixth name is Narugal Dimarankia, the watcher of the Agigi and the Anunnaki, sub-commander of the wind demons. He will put to flight any Mascom who haunt thee, and is the foe of the Rabisu. None may pass into the world above or the world below without his knowledge. His word is Banrabishu. His seal is thus. The seventh name is Asarudu, wielder of the flaming sword, oversees the race of watchers at the bidding of the elder gods. He ensures the most perfect safety, especially in dangerous tasks undertaken at the behest of the astral gods. His word is Ban Mascom, and his seal is thus. The eighth name is Namtalaku, a most secret and potent lord. He hath knowledge to raise the dead and converse with the spirits of the abyss, unbeknownst to their kin. No soul passes into death but that he is aware. His word is Banutu Kukutuku, and his seal is thus. The ninth name is Namru, dispenses wisdom and knowledge of all things, giveth excellent counsel, and teaches the science of metals. His word is Akakalimu, and his seal. The 10th name is Asaru. This power has knowledge of all plants and trees, and can make marvelous fruits to grow in the desert places, and no land is a waste to him. He is truly the protector of the bounty. His word is Balpriku, and his seal follows. The 11th name is Asarualim, possesses secret wisdom and shines light in the darkened areas, forcing what lives there to give good accounting of its existence and its knowledge. Giveth excellent counsel in all things. His word is Varmaratu, and the seal which thou engrave is thus. The 12th name is Asaru Alamuna. This is the power that presided over armor of all kinds, and is excellently knowledgeable in military matters. Being the advance army of Marduk at that battle, he can provide an army with its entire weaponry in 3 days. His word is Zanatatu, and the seal is thus. The 13th name is Tutu. Silences the weeping and gives joy to the end and ill at heart. A most beneficent name and protector of the household. His word is Dirigugam, and his seal is this. The 14th name is Zilkina. Giveth excellent knowledge concerning the movements of the stars and the rings thereof, of which the Chaldeans possess the same knowledge in abundance. The word is Gibilam, and the seal is this. The 15th name is Zikul. This power bestoweth riches of all kinds, and can tell where treasure is hidden, nor of the secrets of the earth. His word is Gigamagamapa, and his seal is this. The 16th name is Agakudu. This power can give life to what is already dead, but for a short time only. He is the lord of the amulet and the talisman. His word is Lashkarzana, and his seal is this. The 17th name is Tukut, lord of baneful magic, vanquisher of the ancient ones by magic, giver of the spell to Marduk Kiros, a most fierce enemy. His word is Mashashamashti, and his seal follows. The 18th name is Shazu. Knows the thoughts of those at a distance as well as those in the vicinity. Nothing is buried in the ground or thrown into the water, but this power is aware. His word is Mashanana, and his seal is this. The 19th name is Zisi, reconciler of enemies, silencer of arguments, between two people or between two nations, or even, it is said, between two worlds. The scent of peace is indeed sweet to this power, whose word is Mashinema, and whose seal is this. The 20th name is Surim, seeks out the worshippers of the ancient ones wherever they may be. The priest who sends him on an errand does so at a terrible risk, for Surim kills easily and without thought. His word is Mashasha Shagam, and his seal. The 21st name is Sugura. As Surim above, the foe who cannot be appeased, discovers the priest's enemies with ease, but must be cautioned not to slay them if the priest does not desire it. The word is Mashadad, and the seal. The 22nd name is Zarim. Slew 10,000 of the hordes in the battle. A warrior among warriors can destroy an entire army if the priest so desires. His word is Mashagaran, and his seal. The 23rd name is Zagur. As Zarim, a most terrible opponent, it is said Zaguram slays slowly after a most unnatural fashion. I do not know, for I have never summoned this spirit. It is thy risk. The word is Mashti Shadu, and the seal. The 24th name is Enbilunu. This power can seek out water in the midst of a desert or on the tops of mountains, knows the secrets of water and the running of rivers below the earth. A most useful spirit. His word is Mashan, and his seal thus. The 25th name is Ethadud. This is the lord of all irrigation and can bring water from a far place to your feet. Possesses a most subtle geometry of the earth and knowledge of all lands where water might be found in abundance. His word is Ionianakampa, and his seal is this. The 26th name is Enbulugugal, the power that presides over all growth and all that grows. Gives knowledge of cultivation cultivation and can supply a starving city with food for 13 moons in one moon, a most noble power. His word is Akkad, and his seal. The 27th name is Hegal. As the power above, a master of the arts of farming and agriculture, bestows rich harvests, possesses the knowledge of the metals of the earth and of the plow. His word is Berdishu, and his seal thus. The 28th name is Serser, the destroyer of Tiamat, hated of the ancient ones, master over the serpent, foe of Cthulhu, a most powerful lord. His word is this, Eberik Kubaba Dazuzu Kanra, and his seal. The 29th name is Malah, trod back the worm and cut it in twain, lord of bravery and courage, and gives these qualities to the priest who desires it, or to others the priest may decide. The word is Bakaraduga, and the seal. The 30th name is Gil, the furnisher of seed, beloved of Ishtar. His power is mysterious and quite ancient, makes the barley to grow and the woman to give birth, makes potent the impotent. His word is Agabah, and his seal is thus. The 31st name is Gilma, founder of cities, possessor of the knowledge of architecture by which the fabled temples of Ur were built, the creator of all that is permanent and never moves. His word is Akabah, and his seal is this. The 32nd name is Agilma, bringer of rain, maketh the gentle rains to come, or causeth great storms and thunders. The like may destroy armies and cities and crops. His word is Mashayijura, and his seal is. The 33rd name is Zulu, knows where to plant and when to plant, giveth excellent counsel in all manner of business and commerce, protects a man from evil tradesmen. His word is Ababab, and his seal is this. The 34th name is Umu, the power given to Marduk to fashion the universe from the flesh of Tiamat, giveth wisdom concerning the condition of the life before the creation, and the nature of the structures of the four pillars whereupon the heavens rest. His word is Alalabab, and the seal is. The 35th name is Zudamar, giveth tremendous strength as of 10 men to one man, lifted the part of Tiamat that was to become the sky from the part that was to become the earth. His word is Andarabal, and his seal is. The 36th name is Lugalab Dubur, destroyer of the gods of Tiamat, vanquisher of her hordes, chained Cthulhu to the abyss, fought as it thought with skill, a great defender and a great attacker. His word is Agnibal, and his seal is this. The 37th name is Pagalguana, possessor of infinite intelligence, and determines the nature of things not yet made, and of spirits not yet created, and knows the strength of the gods. His word is Arababal, and his seal is this. The 38th name is Lugal Dirma, the lord of the lofty places, watcher of the skies and all that travels therein. Not traverses the starry element, but that this power is aware. His word is Aratar Gabal, and his seal is this. The 39th name is Adrenona, word is Aratikiki, and his seal is. The 41st name is Dugalana. The power of the eldest of the elder ones possesses the secret knowledge of the world when the ancient ones and the elder ones were one. Knows the essence of the ancient ones and where it might be found. His word is Baltiku, and his seal is this. The 42nd name is Luga Luga. Knows the essence of all spirits, of the dead and the unborn, and the starry and the earthly, and the spirits of the air and the spirits of the wind as well, which things he may tell thee, and thou wilt grow in wisdom. His word is Zidur, and his seal is thus. The 43rd name is Erkingu. This is the power that laid capture to the commander of the forces of the ancient ones, Kingu, mighty demon, that Marduk might lay hold of him, and, with its blood, create the race of men and seal the covenant. His word is Beredu, and his seal is this. The 44th name is Kima, judge and lord of the gods, at whose name they quake in fear. That the gods may not err, this power was given to oversee their activities, should they be lawful and within the nature of the covenant, for the gods are forgetful and very far away. His word is Engai Gai, and his seal is this. The 45th name is Esiz Kuler. His spirit possesses knowledge of the length of life of any man, even unto the plants and the demons and the gods. He measureth all things, and knoweth the space thereof. His word is Nenegigai, and his seal is this. The 46th name is Gibir. His power has been given the realm of the fire and the forge. He keepeth the sharp point of the sword and the lance, and giveth understanding in the working of metals. He also raises the lightning that comes from the earth, and maketh the swords to appear in the sky. His word is Bala Nitana, and his seal is this. The 47th is Adu. Raises storms that fill the entire heavens and causes the stars to tremble and the very gates of the Agigi to shake in their stead. Can fill the skies with his brightness even in the darkest hour of the night. His word is Kakodamu, and his seal is this. The 48th name is Asharu, knower of the treacherous ways, gives intelligence of the future and also of things past. Put the gods in their courses and determine their cycles. His word is Baxtan Dabal, and this is his seal. The 49th name is Nebiru. The spirit of the gate of Marduk manages all things in their ways and moves the crossings of the stars after the fashion known to the Chaldeans. His word is the Gergeri, and his seal is this. The 50th name is Ninmuan. This is the power of Marduk as Lord of all that is, Judger of judgments, Decider of decisions, he who determines the laws and the records of kings. He may not be called, save at the destruction of a city or the death of a king. His word is Gashdi, and his seal is this. Here endeth the book of the 50 names, which the gods have granted me the strength and the time in which to lay it down. This book is not to be shown to the unclean or the profane or the uninitiated, for to do so is to call the most awful curse of the book upon thee and upon thy generations. Spirit of the book, remember. The Magan text. The verses here following come from the secret text of some of the priests of a cult, which is all that is left of the old faith that existed before Babylon was built, and it was originally in their tongue, but I have put it into the golden speech of my country, so that you may understand it this text in my early wanderings in the region of the seven fabled cities of Earth, which are no more, and it tells of the war between the gods that took place in a time beyond the memory of man, and the horrors and ugliness that the priest will encounter in his rites and hear it described, and their reasons, and their natures, and essences. And the number of the lines is sacred, and the word are sacred, and are most potent charms against the evil ones. And surely, some magicians of the country do write them on parchment or clay, or on pottery, or in the air, that they might be efficacious thereby, and that the gods will remember the words of the covenant. I copied these words down in my tongue, and kept them faithfully these many years, and my own copy will go with me to the place where I will go when my spirit is torn from the body. But heed these words well, and remember, for remembering is the most important and most potent magic, being the remembrance of things past and the remembrance of things to come, which is the same memory. For it hath caused madness in men and in beasts. The text. 1. The Magan text.
Lions, horsemen, all were slain. The mighty creatures of Hubur were slain. The spells, the charms, the sorcery were broken. Naught but Tiamat remained. The great serpent, the enormous worm, the snake with iron teeth, the snake with sharpened claw, the snake with eyes of death. She lunged at Marduk with a roar worth a curse. She lunged. Marduk struck with the disc of power, blinded Tiamat's eyes of death. The monster heaved and raised its back, struck forth in all directions, spitting ancient words of power, screamed the ancient incantations. Marduk struck again and blew an evil wind into her body, which filled the raging wicked serpent. Marduk shot between her jaws the charmed arrow of Enki's magic. Marduk struck again and severed the head of Tiamat from its body, and all was silent. Remember, Marduk, victor, took the tablets of destiny, unbidden, hung them around his neck. Acclaimed of the elder gods was he, first among the elder ones was he. He split the sundered Tiamat in twain, and fashioned the heavens and the earth with a gate to keep the ancient ones without, with a gate whose key is hid forever, save to the sons of Marduk, save to the followers of our master Enki. First in magic among the gods. From the blood of Kingu he fashioned man. He constructed watchtowers for the elder gods, fixing their astral bodies as constellations, that they may watch the gate of Apsu. The gate of Tiamat they watch, the gate of Kingu they oversee. The gate whose guardian is Iak Sakak, they bind. All the elder powers resist. The force of ancient artistry, the magic spell of the oldest ones, the incantation of the primal power, the mountain Ker, the serpent god, the mountain Mashu, that of magic, the dead Cthulhu, dead but dreaming, Tiamat, dead but dreaming, Apsu Kingu, dead but dreaming, and shall their generation come again? We are the lost ones, from a time before time, from a land beyond the stars, from the age when Anu walked the earth, in company of bright angels. We have survived the first war between the powers of the gods, and have seen the wrath of the ancient ones, dark angels bent upon the earth. We are from a race beyond the wanderers of night. We have survived the age when Apsu ruled the earth, and the power destroyed our generations. We have survived on tops of mountains and beneath the feet of mountains, and have spoken with the scorpions in allegiance, and we were betrayed. And Tiamat has promised us never more to attack, with water and with wind. But the gods are forgetful. Beneath the seas of Nar Maturu, beneath the seas
generations of man.
And was not man created from the blood of King, commander, the hordes of the ancient ones? Does not man possess in his spirit the seeds of rebellion against the elder gods? And the blood of man is the blood of vengeance, and the blood of man is the spirit of vengeance, and the power of man is the power of the ancient ones, and this is the covenant. For lo, the elder gods possess the sign by which the powers of the ancient ones are turned back, but man possesses the sign, and the number, and the shape, to summon the blood of his parents. And this is the covenant, created by the elder gods from the blood of the ancient ones. Man is the key by which the gate, if Iak-Sakak, may be flung wide, by which the ancient ones seek their vengeance upon the face of the earth against the offspring of Marduk. For what is new came from that which is old, and what is old shall replace that which is new. And once again the ancient ones shall rule upon the face of the earth, and this too is the covenant.
4. Of the sleep of Ishtar.
Yet Ishtar, queen of heaven, bright light of nights, mistress of the gods, set her mind in that direction. From above she set her mind, to below she set her mind. From the heavens she set forth, to the abyss, out of the gates of the living, to enter the gates of death, out of the lands we know, to the lands we know not, to the land of no return, to the land of Queen Urshkagal. Ishtar, queen of heavens, she set her mind. Ishtar, daughter of sin, she set forth, to the black earth, the land of Hutad. She set forth, to the house of no return. She set her foot upon the road whence none returned. She set her foot to the cave, forever unlit, where bowls of clay are heaped upon the altar, where bowls of dust are the food of residents clothed only in wings. To Apsu Ishtar set forth, where sleeps the dread Kutalu. Ishtar set forth. The watcher, Ningazida, stood fast, and Ishtar spoke unto him. Ningazida, serpent of the deep. Ningazida, horned serpent of the deep. Ningazida, plumed serpent of the deep. Open the door that I may enter. Ningazida, spirit of the deep, watcher of the gate, remember. In the name of our Father before the flight, and King, Lord and Master of magicians, open the door that I may enter it. Open, lest I attack the door, lest I break apart its bars, lest I attack the barrier, lest I take its walls by force. Open the door, open wide the gate, lest I cause the dead to rise. I will raise up the dead, I will cause the dead to rise and devour the living. Open the door, lest I cause the dead to devour the living. Ningazida, spirit of the third jewel. And the gatekeeper answered, thus it is, the covenant of old, set down before time. The decrees of the Lady of Kudud enter the third gate. At the fourth gate, Ningazida removed the jewels. The jewels on her breast he took away, and Ishtar asked, why, guardian of the outer, hast thou removed my fourth jewel? And the guardian answered, thus it is, the covenant of old, set down before time. The rules of the Lady Kudud enter the fourth gate. At the fifth gate, Ningazida removed the jewels. The belt of jewels around her hips he took away, and Ishtar asked, why, watcher of the forbidden entrance, hast thou removed my fifth jewel? And the watcher answered, thus it is, the covenant of old, set down before time. The rules of the Lady Kudud enter the fifth gate. At the sixth gate, Ningazida removed the jewels around her wrists, and the jewels around her ankles he took away. And Ishtar asked, why, Ninkigal, hast thou removed my sixth jewel? And Ninkigal answered, thus it is, the ancient covenant set down before time. The decrees of Lady Kudud enter the sixth gate. At the seventh gate, Ningazida removed the jeweled robes of Ishtar he took away. Ishtar, without protection, without safety. Ishtar, without talisman or amulet, asked, why, messenger of the ancient ones, hast thou removed my seventh jewel? And the messenger of the ancient ones replied, thus it is, the covenant of old, set down before time. The rules of the Lady of Kudud enter the seventh gate, and behold the netherworld. Ishtar had descended to the land of Ker, to the depths of Kudad. She went down, having lost her seven talismans of the upper worlds, having lost her seven powers, the land of the living. Without food of life or water of life, she appeared before Ereshkigal, mistress of death. Ereshkigal screamed at her presence. Ishtar raised up her arm. Ereshkigal summoned Namtar, the magician Namtar. Saying these words, she spoke to him, go, imprison her, bind her in darkness. Chain her in the sea below the seas, release against her the seven Anunnaki. Release against her the 60 demons. Against her eyes, the demons of the eyes. Against her sides, the demons he gave the food of life. To the Kalaturu, he gave the water of life. And to these images he spoke aloud. Arise, Kalaturu, spirit of the seas. Arise, and set thy feet to that gate Gansia, to the gate of the underworld, the land of no return. Set thine eyes, the seven gates shall open for thee. No spell shall keep thee out, for my number is upon you. Take the bag of the food of life, take the bag of the water of life, and the Rishkadam shall not raise her arm against you. When with him the wailing people come, the weeping woman and the wailing man. When Dumuzi is slain and buried, may the dead rise and smell the incense.
5.
Stoop not down, therefore, unto the darkly shining world, where the Absu lies in dark waters. Kuthoth sleeps and dreams. Stoop not down, therefore, for an abyss lies beneath the world, reached by a descending ladder that hath 7 steps, reached by a descending pathway that hath 7 gates, and therein is established the throne of an evil and fatal force. For from the cavities of the world leaps forth the evil demon, the evil god, the evil genius, the evil ensnarer, the evil phantom, the evil devil, the evil larvae, showing no true signs unto mortal man, and the dead rise and smell the incense.
The Eurelia text. The following is the text of Eurelia, the Book of the Worm. It contains the formulae by which the wreakers of havoc perform their rites. These are the prayers of the ensnarers, the liars in wait, the blind fiends of chaos, the most ancient evil. These incantations are said by the hidden priests and creatures of these powers, defeated by the elders and the 7 powers, led by Marduk, supported by Enki, and the whole host of Agigi, defeaters of the old serpent, the ancient worm, Tiamat, the abyss, also called Cthulhu, the corpse Enki, yet who lies not dead but dreaming. He whom secret priests initiated into the black rites, whose names are writ forever in the Book of Chaos, can summon if they but know how. These words are not to be shown to any man, or the curse of Enki are upon thee. Such are the words.
I am before
may be summoned by the priest, these offspring may be called upon a jury to perform what tasks the priest may deem necessary in his temple. They were begotten before all ages, and dwelt in the blood of King and Marduk could not altogether shut them out, and that they dwell in our country, and alongside our generations, though they may not be seen. And this was taught by the priests of Babylon, who charged that these formulae may never be revealed to anyone who is not initiated into our ways, for to do so would be the most frightful error. Though they dwell beyond the gate, they may be summoned when Marduk is not watchful and sleeps, on those days when he has no power, when the great bear hangs from its tail, and on the 4 quarters of the year computed therefrom, and on the spaces between these angles. On these days the mother Tiamat is restless, the corpse Cthulhu shakes beneath the earth, and our master Enki is sore afraid. Prepare, then, the bowl of Tiamat, the dirt of Endured, the lost bowl, a shattered bowl of the sages, summoning thereby the fluid of being, and the lady, Shakubuku, the queen of the cauldron. Recite the conjuration, Ya-Adu and I, over it, and a building fire therein, calling Gibil when thou dost, after his manner and form. When the fire is built and conjured, then mayst thou raise thy dagger, summoning the assistance of Nilakatsahi, queen of the demons, and Kazazi, the horn queen, and Nikasida, the queen of the magic wand, after their manner and form. And when thou hast accomplished this, and made the proper sacrifice, thou mayest begin calling whichsoever of the offspring thou mayest, after opening the gate. Do not open the gate, save for an especial time that thou state the time of opening, and it may not stay open for a moment after the passage of the hour of Tiamat, else all the abyss break forth upon the earth, and the dead rise to eat the living. For it is written, I will cause the dead to rise and devour the living, and will give to the dead power over the living, that they may outnumber the living. After thou hast performed the necessary, call the spirit, appointed his task, set the time of the closing of the gate, and the return of the spirit therein. Thou must not leave the place of call, but remain there until the return of the spirit, and the closing of the gate. The Lord of abominations is Amwala of the south winds, whose face is a mass of the entrails of the animals and men. His breath was the stench of dung, and has been. Amwala is the dark angel of all that is excreted, and of all that suffers. And as all things come to the time when they will decay, so also Amwala is the Lord of the future of all that goes upon the earth, and in his future years may be seen by gazing into the very face of his hand, taking care not to breathe the horrid perfume that is the order of death. And this is the signature of Amwala. And as Hamwala appears to the priest, will not the dread Pazuzu also be there? Lord of all fevers and plagues, grinning dark angel of the 4 wings, horned with rotting genitalia, from which he howls in pain through sharpened teeth over the lands of the cities, sacred to the Apkalu, even in the height of the sun, as in the height of the moon, even in whirling sand and wind, as with empty stillness, and it is the able magician indeed who can remove Pazuzu once he has laid hold of a man, for Pazuzu lays hold unto death. Know that Hamwala and Pazuzu are brothers. Hamwala is the eldest, who rides upon a silent, whispering wind, and claims the flocks for his own, by which sign you shall know that Pazuzu will come. And this is the sigil of Pazuzu, by which he is constrained to come. Of all the gods and spirits as he is surely mad. Rendered sightless in the battle, he is Lord of Chaos, and the priest can find little use for him. He is also too powerful to control one's call, and gives violent struggle before sent back to the gate, for which only a strong and able magician may dare raise him. Thus, for that reason, his seal is not given. Of all the gods and spirits of abomination, Cthulhu only cannot be summoned, for he is the sleeping lord. The magician cannot hope to have any power over him, but he may be worshipped, and for him the proper sacrifices may be made, so that he will spare thee when he rises to the earth. And the times for the sacrifice are the same as the sleeping of Marduk, for this is when great Cthulhu moves, and he is the very fire of the earth, and power of all magic. When he joins with the abominations of the sky, Tiamat will once more rule the earth, and this is his seal. And there are four spirits of the spaces, and they come upon the wind, and they are things of the wind and of fire. And the first comes from the north, and is called Stur, and has a human shape, and he is the most ancient of the four, and a great lord of the world. And the second comes from the east, and is called Sed, and has the shape of a bull, but with a human face, and is very mighty. And the third comes from the south, and is called Lamas, and is the shape of a lion, but with a human head, and governs those things of the flame, and the burning wind. And the fourth comes from the west, and is called Natil, and is of the shape of an eagle, but with a human body, having only the face and wings of an eagle, with an eagle's claws. And this eagle comes from the sea, and is a great mystery. And from Musku upon Eru they come, and do not wait, and are always present. And they receive the wanderers in their seasons. And the season of Sed is that of the great night, when the bear is slain, and this is the month of Eru. And the season of Lamas is the month of Abu, and that of Natik in Arashama, and lastly that of Estur in Shabbatu. Thus are the four spirits of the four spaces, and their seasons. And they dwell between the sun's spaces, and are not of them, but of the stars. And, as it is said, of the very Inkiki themselves, although this is not altogether known. And to summon these and other demons, the herb Egliophobus must be burned in a new bowl that must be the evil times and at night. And the Akkaru may be summoned, which sucketh the blood from a man, as it desires to become a fashioning of man, the blood of Kingu, but the Akkaru will never become man. And the Akkaru may be summoned, if its sign be known, and it is thus. And the Lalasu may be called, which haunteth the places of man, seeking also to become like man. But these are not to be spoken to, lest the priest become afflicted with madness, and become unto a living Lalasu, which must needs be slain, and the spirit thereof exorcised. For it is evil, and causeth only terror, and no good can come of it. It is like the Lalartu, and the same family as that, save the Lalartu was once living, and is caught between the worlds, seeking entrance into one or the other. And it must not be permitted entrance into this, for it is of a sickened constitution, and will slay mothers at birth, like unto Lamashta, the queen of sickness and misery. And the signs by which these things may be summoned are these, if the priest have need of them, but know that it is not lawful. And this is the seal of the Lalasu. And this is the seal of the Lalartu. And know that the meaning of Enki is powerful against these, but against all operations of demonic character, and some of these may be rendered fruitless thereby. Therefore therefore it must always be hid. Know that Gilal and Lilith are quick to come at calling, and invaded the beds of man, robbing the water of life and the food of life, in which to quicken the dead. But their labors are fruitless, for they do not have the formulae. But the priest has the formulae, and the food of life and the water of life may be brought to call many, for after the passage of 1/10 of the moon, the elements are dead. And Gilal invades the bed of a woman, and Lilith that of a man. And sometimes evil beings are born of these hauntings, and as such must be slain. For the children of Gilal are workers natural of the Ancient One, having his spirit, and the children of Lilith are likewise, but are born in secret places which may not be perceived by man. And it is not until the time of their maturity that such as these are given to walking in the places of men. And Gilal rideth upon the wind, but oftentimes Lilith cometh of the water, which is why running water must be used in the rites, because of the cleanliness thereof. And the seal of Gilal is this, and the sign of Lilith is this. And Zastur is a foul demoness who slays men in their sleep, and devours that which she will, and of her no more may be said, for it is unlawful. But know that the worshippers of Tiamat know her well, and that she is beloved of the Ancient Ones. This is her sign by which you may know her. And know further that the legions of these evil ones are unaccountable, and stretcheth forth on all sides and into all places, though they cannot be seized except at certain times and to certain persons. And these times are as said before, and the persons unknown, for who can know Zastur? But the dead may always be summoned, and many times are willing to rise, but some are stubborn and desire to remain where they are, and do not rise, save for the efforts of the priest, who has power, as Ishtar, both in this place and in the other. And the dead must be called in the four directions, and in the four spaces, for, not knowing where it is, the priest must needs take especial care that he call everywhere, for the spirit may be in flight. And a dead god may also be summoned, and the formulae is that which follows. It must be spoken clearly aloud, and not a word change, else the spirit of the god may devour thee, as there is no food and no drink where they are. And it must be called in a secret place, without windows, or with windows only in one place, and that should be in the northern wall of the place. And the only light shall be of one lamp set on the altar, and the lamp need not be new, nor the altar, for it is a rite of age and of the Ancient Ones, and they care not for newness. And the altar should be of a large rock set in the earth, and a sacrifice acceptable unto the nature of the god should be made. And at the time of calling, the waters of Absu will roil, and Cthulhu will stir, but unless it be his time, he will not rise. And this is the conjuration of the dead god.
May not open my eyes that I may see. May not open my ears that I may hear. May not open my nose that I may sense his approach. May not open my mouth that my voice will be heard into the far reaches of the earth. May not strengthen my right hand until I shall be to keep the dead under my power, under my very power. I conjure thee, O ancestor of gods. I summon thee, creature of darkness, by the words of darkness. I summon thee, creature of hatred, by the words of hatred. I summon thee, creature of the wastes, by the rites of the waste. I summon thee, creature of pain, by the words of pain. I summon and call thee forth from thy abode in darkness. I invoke thee from thy resting place in the bones of the earth. I summon thine eyes to behold the greatness of my Lord, which is full of the fire of life. I conjure thee, O ancestor of the gods. I summon thee, creature of darkness.
does not appear, do not persist, but finish the rite quietly, for it means that it hath been summoned elsewhere, or is engaged in some work which it is better not to disturb. And when thou hast set out bread for the dead to eat, remember to pour honey thereupon, for it is pleasing to the goddess whom no one worshipeth, who wanders by night through the streets amid the howling of the dogs and the wailing of the infants. For in her time a great temple was built unto her, and sacrifices of infants made, that she might save the city from the enemies who dwelt without. And the number of infants thus slain is countless and unknowable. And she did save that city, but it was taken soon thereafter when the people no more offered up their children. And when the people made to offer again, at the time of the attack, the goddess turned her back and fled from her temple, and it is no more. And the name of the goddess is no more known. And she made the infants restless and to cry. So the reason for the pouring of honey of the sacred bread, for it is written, to the ancient ones set down here, which are well known to the sorcerers of the night, they who make images and burn them by the moon and by other things, and they burn them by the moon and by other things, and they burn unlawful grasses and herbs, and raise tremendous evils, and their words are never written down, it is said, but there are, and they are prayers of emptiness and darkness, which rob the spirit. Hymn to the ancient ones.
They are lying down, the green old ones. The bolts are falling, and the fastenings are released. The crowds are awake, people are running. The elder gods of the land, the elder goddesses of the land. Shamash, the seeds, the died, the shroud, have come to see the dead. They are not pronouncing judgments. They are not deciding decisions. Veil is the light. The temple and the most holy places are blind and dark. The judge of truth, the father of the fatherless, Shamash, has come to his chamber. All ancient ones, gods of the night, gods of the law, never secure, adorned. Be still, O brave one, prevail. O warrior, get out. Seven stars, seven yours, and shine yourselves down. Sirius,
Invocation of the powers. fashion images out of wax, and out of flour and honey, and of all the metals, and burn them, or otherwise destroy them, enchant the civilizations. And they cause plagues, for they summon Azuzu, and they cause madness, for they call Azathoth. And these spirits come upon the wind, and some upon the earth crawling, and no oil, no powder, suffices to save a man from this iniquity, save that exorcisms handed down and recited by the able priest. And they work by the moon, and not by the sun, and by older planets than the Chaldeans were aware. And in cords they tie knots, and each is a spell. And if these knots be found, they may be united, and the cords burnt, and the spell shall be broken, as it is written. And their sorceries shall be as molten wax, and no more. And a man may cry out, what have I not? And my generation that such evil shall befall me. And it means nothing, save that a man being born is of sadness. For he is of the blood of the ancient ones, but has the spirit of the elder gods breathed into him. And his body goes to the ancient ones, but his mind is turned towards the elder gods. And this is the war which shall be always fought, until the last generation of man. For the world is unnatural. When the great Cthulhu rises up and eats the stars, then the war will be over, and the world be one. Such is the covenant of the abominations, and the end of this text. The testimony of the mad Arab. The second part. Of mountains, and the mountains do not protect me. I have walked the seas, and the seas do not protect me. The lords of the wind rush about me and are angry. The lords of the earth quarrel about my feet and are angry. The spirits have forgotten me. My time is short, and I must complete as much as I can before I am taken away by the voice that ever calls. The moon's days are numbered upon the earth, and the sun's, and I know not the meaning of these omens, but that they are. And the oracles are dried up, and the stars spin in their places, and the heavens look to be uncontrolled, with no order, and the spheres are crooked and wandering. And the sinus death is floating above my writing table, but I cannot read the runes any longer, for that sight is failing me. Is it always in this fashion? And the sign is failing me. Is it always in this fashion? And the sign of Zastur rises up behind me, and of that I know the meaning, but may not write, for I received the message elsewhere. I can hardly speak to recognize my own voice. rise to the stars. And when the upper is united to the lower, then a new age will come on earth, and the serpent shall be made whole, and the waters will be as one, when on high the heavens had not been named. Remember to protect the livestock, the village, and thy family, the elder sign and the sign of the race, but the watcher too, if they be slow. And no sacrifices are to be made in that time, for the blood will be spilt for them that have come in, and will call them. Remember to keep to the low ground, and not the high, for the ancient ones swing easily to the tops of the temples and the mountains, whereby they may survey what they had lost the last time. And sacrifices made on the tops of those temples are lost to them. Remember thy life is in running water, and not in still water, for the latter is the breeding place of the Lilitude, and her creatures are the offspring of them, and do worship at their shrines, places of which are unknown to thee, but where thou seest a standing star, there they will be, for such is their altar. Remember to carve the signs exactly as I have told thee, changing not one mark, lest the amulet prove a curse against thee that wear it. Know that salt absorbs the evil effluvium of the larvae, and it is useful to cleanse the tools with. Do not speak first to the demon, but let him speak first to thee. And, as he speaks, charge him to speak clearly, in a soft and pleasing voice, and in thy tongue, for it will otherwise surely confuse thee and deafen thee with its roar. And charge it to keep its stench, that it may not make thee faint. Remember not to make the sacrifice either too large or too small, for if it is too small, the demon will not come, or, if coming, will be angry with thee, so that it will not speak, even when charged, for that is the covenant. And if it be too large, it will grow too large, and too fast, and will become difficult to control. And one such demon was raised by that priest in Jerusalem, Abdul ben Abdul, and was fed extensively on the sheep of the flocks of Palestine, whereupon it grew to frightening proportion, and eventually devoured it. But that was madness, for Ben Abdul worshipped the old ones, which is unlawful, as it is written. Remember that the essences of the ancient ones are in all things, but that the essences of the elder gods are in all things that live, and this will prove of value to thee when the time comes. Remember the Ara, especially when dealing with them of fire, for they respect it and no other. Remember to keep the meat pure. Beware of the cults of death, and these are the cult of the dog, the cult of the dragon, and the cult of the goat, for they are worshippers of the ancient ones, and forever try to let them in, for they have a formulae of which it is unlawful to speak. And these cults are not strong, save at their seasons, when the heavens open up to them and unto their race. And there shall forever be war between us and the race of Draconis, for the race of Draconis was ever powerful in ancient times, when the first temples were built in Magan, and they draw down much strength from these stars. But now they are as wanderers of the wastelands, and dwell in caves and in deserts, and in all lonely places where they have set up stones. And these I have seen in my journeys through those areas where the ancient cults once flourished, and where now there is only sadness and desolation. And I have seen them in their rites, in the awful things they call forth in the lands beyond time. I have seen the signs carved upon their stones, their altars. I have seen the sign of Zuzu and Zaled, and those of Zastur and Ezekar, and similarly those of Ishnagara, and the awful offspring of the goat, and the terrible musics of their race. I have seen the blood spilled upon the stone. I have seen that stone struck with a sword. I have seen the stone raise up, and the serpent crawl through. And this paws are surely damned. Beware does Marduk tarry, and what of Shamash? The sleeping gods truly sleep. And what crime have I committed? What unknown god have I transgressed? What forbidden thing have I eaten? What forbidden thing have man who dwells in the mountains. He was of old created by Tiamat to fight the elder gods, but was permitted to stay below the mountains by them. But he has deceived us once, and may do so again. But call upon him if there be something concerning the outside that you would know, that I have not told thee. And his sign is simple, and it is thus. And merely face the place where he is, and he will come and speak. But do not do this at dawn, for then the sun rises and the scorpion has no power, not from the dawn till the dusk, during which time he is forced back beneath the earth. For that is the letter of the covenant concerning him. For it is written, he shall not raise his head above the sun. And again, his is the dark times. And again, he knows of the gate, but not the gate. And the scorpion man has another of his race, female, that dwells with him there, but of her it is not lawful to speak, and she must be banished with the exorcisms, should she appear to thee, for her touch is death. And of the cult of the dragon, what more can I say to thee? They worship when that star is highest in the heavens, and is of the sphere of the Agigi, as are the stars of the dog and of the goat. And their worshippers have always been with us, though they are not of our same race, but of the race of their stars, of the ancient ones. And they keep not to our laws, but murder quickly and without thought, and their blood covers them. They have summoned the spirits of war and plague openly upon our race, and have caused great numbers of our people and our animals to die after a most unnatural fashion. And they are unfeeling towards pain, and fear not the sword or the flame, for they are the authors of all pain. They are the very creatures of darkness and sorrow, yet they sorrow not. Remember the smell. They can be told by their smell, and their many unnatural sciences and arts, which cause wondrous things to happen, but which are unlawful to our people. And who is their master? Of this I do not know, but I have heard him calling Enki, which is surely a blasphemy. For Enki is of our race, and it is written in the text of Nagai. But perhaps they called another, whose name I do not know. But surely it was not Enki. And I have heard him calling all the names of the ancient ones proudly at their rights. And I have seen the blood spilt upon the ground with the mad dancing, and the terrible cries as they yelled upon their gods to appear and aid them in their mysteries. And I have seen them turn the very moon's rays into liquid, that which they poured upon their stones for a purpose I could not divine. And I have seen them turn into many strange kinds of beasts as they gathered in their appointed places, the temples of Apollo, whereupon horns grew from the heads that had not horns, and teeth from mouths that had not such teeth, and hands become as the talons of eagles with the claws of dogs that roam the desert areas, mad and howling, like unto those who even now call my name outside the streets. I cry laments, but no one hears me. I am overwhelmed with horror. I cannot see. Gods, do not cast thy servant down. Remember the sword of the Watcher. Do not touch it until you want it to depart, for it will depart at a touch and leave you unprotected for the remainder of the night. And although a circle is a boundary which none can cross, thou wilt find thyself unprepared to meet the incredible sights that will hold you outside. Remember also the sacrifices to the Watcher. They must be regular, for the Watcher is of a different race and cares not for thy life, save that he obey thy commands when the sacrifices have been met. And forgetting the other side will surely cause thee much grief. And I have seen the race of man that worships a giant cow, and they come from somewhere east, beyond the mountains, and they are surely worshippers of an ancient one, but of its name I am not certain, and do not write it down, for it is useless to me anyway. And in their rites they become as cows, and it is disgusting to see, but they are evil, and so I warn thee. And I have and still do where they are to be found at their shrines of loathsomeness. And I have seen the lands of farmers ravaged by their evil spells, scorched black by flame and burning embers that descend from the sky. And that is the sign that they have been there, where the earth is black and charred, and where nothing grows. And when fire comes from the heavens, there will surely be panic among the people. And the priest must calm down and take this book, of which he must make a copy in his own, and read the exorcisms therein, that his people may not be harmed. For a sword will appear in the sky at those times, a signal to the ancient ones, that one of theirs has escaped and entered into this world. And it shall be an omen to thee that such a spirit is abroad in the land and must be found. And thou mayest send thy watcher to the search, and it will be great destruction of cities, and fire will rain from the spheres, until the elder gods see your plight, and will quell the uprising of the ancient ones with powerful charms. But many will be lost to the outside at that time. Watch well the stars, for when comets are to be seen in the neighborhood of Capricornus, his cults will rejoice, and the spells will increase from your quarter. And when comets are to be seen in Draconis, there is a great danger, for the cults of the dragon do rise up at that time and make many sacrifices, not only of animals, but of men. And when comets are to be seen in the neighborhood of the star Sirius, then there will be great difficulty in the house of kings, and brother will rise up against brother, and there shall be war and famine. And in these things the worshippers of the dog will rejoice, and reap the spoils of these conflicts, and will grow fat. If thou happenest upon such a cult in the midst of their rituals, do but hide well so that they do not see thee. Else they will surely kill thee and make of thee a sacrifice to their gods, and thy spirit will be in grave danger, and the howling of the wolves will be for thee, and the spirit which escapes from thee. This, if thou be lucky to die quickly, for these cults rejoice in the slow spilling of blood, whereby they derive much power and strength in their ceremonies. Watch well, however, all that they do and all that they say, and write it down in a book that no one will see, as I have done, for it will serve thee well at some future time, when thou wilt recognize them by their words or by their actions. And thou mayest procure amulets against them, by which their spells are rendered useless and dull, by burning the name of their gods upon parchment or silk in a cauldron of thy own devising. And thy watcher will carry the burnt spell to their altar, and deposit it thereupon, and they will be much afraid, and cease their workings for a while. And their stones will crack, and their gods be sorely angry with their servants. Write a book thou keepest well and clearly, and when it is time for thee to go out, as it is my time now, it will pass into the hands of those who may have the best use of it, and who are faithful servants of the elder gods, and wilt swear eternal warfare against the rebellious demons who would destroy the civilizations of man. And if thou knowest the names of they who would harm thee, write them upon figures of wax, made in their image, upon which you will make the curse, and melt them in the cauldron you have set up within the mandal of protection. And the watcher will carry the curse to them for whom it was uttered, and they will die. And if thou dost not know of their names, nor of their persons, save that they seek to harm thee, make a doll of wax like a man, with his limbs, but with no face. And upon the face of the doll write the word, Kash-Shakti. Hold the doll over the flaming cauldron while saying fiercely over it, and then drop the doll into the flame. From the smoke that rises from this action, you will see the name of the sorcerer or sorceress written within it, and then you will be able to send the watcher to bring the curse, and that person will die. Or thou mayest call upon Ishtar to protect thee from the spells of sorcery, and for this the mandal must be prepared as always, and a figure of Ishtar be upon the altar, and incantations made to summon her assistance, like the following incantation that is as it is possible, for their power comes from the stars, and who knows the ways of the stars? Thou must call upon the Queen of Mysteries, Nindinuga, who will surely save thee, and thou must make incantations with her title, which is Nindinuga, Ninshinshagal, Endilai, and it is enough merely to shout that name aloud 7 times, and she will come to thine aid. And remember that thou purify thy temple with the branches of cypress and of pine, and no evil spirit which haunteth buildings will cause habitation to be set up therein, and no larvae on thee, as they do in many unclean places. The larvae are enormous, twice as large as a man, but do breed on his excretions, and even it is said upon his breath, and grow to terrible height, and do not leave him until the priest or some magician cut him off with a copper dagger, saying the name of Ishtar 7 times aloud in a sharp voice. The night has now grown silent. The howling of the wolves has grown and can scarce be heard. Perhaps with some other than this. Yet can I tell in my bones that this is not so, for the steward has not left its station, and has grown larger, casting a shadow over these pages as I write. I have summoned the country, but it is troubled by some things, and does not respond to me well, as though afflicted with some disease or dazed. My books have lost light, and settle upon their shelves like animals fallen asleep or dead. I am sickened by what voices I hear now, as though the voices of my family, left behind me so many years ago, that it is impossible to conceive that they are about. Did I not understand their untimely natural truth? Can the demons who wait without take on so viciously human voices as my parents, my brother, my sisters? Upon thee, that this book or the seal of protection, that my inquiry think of gods and not of men. But I must write hastily, and if thou cannot read or understand this writing, perhaps it is sign enough for thee of the strength and power of the demons that be. In these times, these places, it is surely warned to thee to have a care, and not to invoke carelessly, but cautiously, and not, under any circumstances, seek carelessly to open that gate to the outside. For thou can never know the seasons or times of the ancient ones, even though thou can tell their seasons upon the earth by the things I have already instructed thee to keep. For their times and seasons outside the world and strange to our minds. For are they not the computers of all time? Did they not set time in its place? Or not enough that the elder gods, have mercy on thy service, set the wanderers to mark their spaces, for such spaces as existed in the world of the ancient ages. When no sun to shine, where so much never born, would not the years pass by as quickly? Seek ever to keep the outside gate closed and sealed, by the instructions I have given thee, by the seals and the names herein. Seek ever to hold back the powers of the cults of the ancient worship, that they might not grow strong in their blood and on their sacrifice. Strange lines appear carved on my door and walls, and the light from the windows grows increasingly dim. A wind has risen.